Test, 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 test.
Good morning. Welcome to the General Issues Committee budget meeting of November 24th, 2025. We have quorum today. Joining me in council chambers, Councillor Ted McMeekin, Councillor Rob Cooper, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Tom Jackson, Councillor Craig Kassar, Young, Councillor Matt Francis, Mayor Horvath, Councillor Tammy Wang, Councillor Cameron Crutch. Joining us on screen today, Councillor Brad Clark, Jeff Beattie, Mark Tattison, and Councillor Mike Spatafora. Welcome one and all. Elsie McCrae, can you advise of the items included in today's addendum, please?
Yes, Chair. There are revised appendices for items 7.1 and item 7.2 has been added.
Okay. Councillor Francis, seconded by Councillor Kassar, to accept the agenda as presented. Any discussion? Seeing none, show of hands, please. Thank you. Any declaration of interest this morning? There are none. Oh, yes, beg your pardon, Councillor, or Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wilson. Just very briefly, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to stay for the entire presentation this morning as I have an event that I have to attend on behalf of the city, which is related to the Junos. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. We have two sets of minutes for your consideration and hopefully approval. Set of minutes from September the 11th, 2025, which were GIC budget minutes, and another set from Monday, November the 17th, also GIC budget minutes. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Cooper to adopt the minutes. Show of hands, please. Hands are up. Good morning, Councillor Nan. Okay, we're going right into it this morning. We have the 2026 water budget. There are two presentations respecting item 7.1. We're going to hear both staff presentations, and committee will be provided an opportunity to ask questions after the conclusion of both presentations. Following those presentations, the report will be on the floor, should there be any questions from committee on the report. Staff have advised that both presentations are expected to be 1 hour, 15 minutes long. I need a mover and a seconder to extend the time allotment. Moved by Councillor Crutch, seconded by Mayor Horvath. A show of hands, please. Thank you very much. That carries. At this time, I would like to introduce GM Mike Zegarac, who's going to frame this discussion and kick it off for us.
Good morning. Mike Zegarac, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. Through the Budget Chair, it's my pleasure to introduce the 2026 water budget. This year's budget continues to be needs-based, maintaining a strong focus on delivering safe and reliable water, wastewater, and stormwater services. It responds to the growing impacts of climate change and reaffirms our commitment to protecting public health through the delivery of safe, high-quality water. The 2026 water budget aligns with the Mayor's directive in the following ways. This budget acknowledges the importance of the city's water, wastewater, stormwater systems and includes $252 million in 2026 infrastructure investments to ensure they are reliable and sustainable. It advances renewal and modernization efforts with realistic timelines and responsible financial planning. Through the forecasted 10-year capital plan of approximately $4.6 billion, the budget reinforces the city's continued commitment to infrastructure that enhances safety and well-being and supports resilience in the face of climate change. The 2026 water budget is fully funded at approximately $347 million. The multi-year forecast advances major generational capital projects, including the Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant, the Woodward Water Treatment Plant, and the Dundas Water Treatment Plant. These projects will strengthen system reliability and support new housing and non-residential growth. The proposed 5.82 rate increase supports this needs-based budget while acknowledging the economic pressures residents continue to face, particularly the cost of living and affordability challenges. This is a significant refinement from the previous forecasted 10% rate increase, keeping more money in the hands of ratepayers rather than generating unnecessary surpluses for the city. This budget assumes approximately $100 million in infrastructure funding from senior levels of government. While no commitments have been made to date, the city has submitted a grant application through the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund that, if approved, would support this assumption. It would provide additional rate relief to existing ratepayers and reduce development charge pressures for the local development community and homebuyers. I'll now turn it over to Directors Vanderperk and Weaver, who will take you through the 2026 water budget in greater detail.
Good morning, Mayor Horvath and members of committee. I'm Carrie Vanderperk. I'm the Acting Director of Hamilton Water, and this morning I have the honor of representing the Hamilton Water Division to present the proposed 2026 water budget. When referring to the water budget, I'm speaking about the full operating and capital programs that support the delivery, treatment, and management of water, wastewater, and stormwater services across the city. Before I begin, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to several people. From Corporate Finance, Jessica Finan, Matt Hilson, Katie Black, Craig Webb, Diane Hicks, and Kirk Weaver. And from Hamilton Water, Anna Courier, Shauna Carrick, and Bill Langford. These team members each contributed a significant amount of work into the preparation of this budget, the report, and the presentation materials. There were also members of the Engineering Services, Transportation, and Growth Management divisions who contributed project-related intel that helped us to tell this budget story. I also want to acknowledge the Hamilton Water leadership and management teams, our directors and section managers who are with us today in the gallery and at the bench. The programs, projects, and services funded through this budget are delivered through their commitment and the commitment of their teams, and they are ready to support any questions that council may have. And finally, I want to recognize the Hamilton Water staff participating in the 2025 to 2026 Hamilton Water Leadership Development Program. Those participants are also in the gallery today, and perhaps those folks can give us a wave. Thank you. Supporting the development of emerging leaders is a key priority for us. And this program is one of the ways we build strong succession planning within the division. And perhaps one day you'll see one of them standing here delivering a future water budget to committee. I think they're all going, no. Skipped a slide. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. This presentation outline that we'll be following today, this morning, and we'll leave it up for a brief moment. There are 70 slides to get through today, and I will keep it as short as possible. There are some slides that I won't spend any time on at all, but they are there for your information and reference in the package that you received. And as you know, after this presentation, Director Weaver will walk you through the financing plan portion of the proposed budget. To start us off, we always try to ground ourselves with the key principles that underpin our work in Hamilton Water. And this is an overview of the division's quality management system policies for water and wastewater. These are the principles that guide us through how we do business, how we conduct our operational work plans, and how we strategize capital works. This is a reminder of the water and wastewater and stormwater services that the water budget supports and their alignment with the 2022 to 26 term of council priorities. This slide is our organizational structure down to the sectional level, including the key leaders for each of these program areas. And as I mentioned, most of this team is here today to support any questions. Hamilton Water is a relatively large division with just over 400 team members across 11 service areas. And the next few slides highlight some of the critical programs and services supported through municipal water rates. You'll recognize these slides. We do show them every year. The darker shaded sections related to operational or service level metrics for each system. So you'll see these numbers change year over year. And while the remaining lighter shaded sections relate to our asset inventory, and they don't really fluctuate much unless we build new assets. To break down some of these numbers, we have one water treatment plant at Woodward Avenue, which is forecast to produce nearly 80 billion liters of drinking water this year, the equivalent of filling the Sky Dome about 68 times. And yes, I still refer to it as the Sky Dome, representing about a 4.5% increase from last year. Across the system, we also operate 24 pumping stations, 13 storage reservoirs, 7 water towers, 4 well systems, more than 14,000 hydrants, over 2,100 kilometers of water mains, and over 164,000 water meters and service connections. In 2025, we expect to repair well over 175 water mains, and I believe that we're at almost 300 already this year. We've completed 420 substandard water service line replacements, taken more than 17,000 water distribution samples, tested nearly 25,000 distribution samples at our state-of-the-art environmental laboratory, and advanced 7 major construction projects, all to ensure the provision of safe, reliable drinking water to our community. For our wastewater program, we operate and maintain 2 wastewater treatment plants, 71 pumping stations, 9 combined sewer overflow tanks, and a network of more than 1,200 kilometers of sanitary and combined sewers. This year, we expect to treat over 118 billion liters of wastewater, process more than 57,000 tons of biosolids, and generate over 8,400 megawatt hours of green electricity. Our teams will continue to support system resilience through backwater valve installations, targeted construction projects, and research partnerships. We also carry out extensive monitoring and testing, tens of thousands of samples each year to protect the environment and meet regulatory requirements. Altogether, our wastewater program supports community growth and environmental protection while generating almost $10 million in service revenue and recovering significant costs through our sewer discharge permits. For our stormwater program, we operate and maintain a wide range of assets that help protect neighborhoods, watercourses, and natural areas during rainfall events. And this includes stormwater ponds and wetlands, 149 kilometers of watercourses, 41 kilometers of municipal drains, over 1,300 kilometers of storm sewers, 98 oil and grit separators, 2 stormwater pumping stations, and shoreline protection at 54 locations. Altogether, these systems provide 1.39 billion liters of stormwater storage capacity. In 2025, we expect to respond to roughly 400 emergency spill reports and continue supporting community resilience through initiatives like our Rain Barrel program, with more than 1,000 rain barrels sold this year. And this slide provides the major performance metrics for the city's 3 treatment facilities, including volumes of treated wastewater, volumes of treated drinking water, number of adverse water quality events. And this one is significant, as I believe the number that was reported last year was 17. So a huge improvement in water quality incidents from last year. The following slides provide a snapshot of the 2026 water budget and outlines the key themes that you'll hear more about throughout the presentation. The 2026 water budget is a measured approach in which we are aligning investment, affordability, and delivery. Specifically, this allows us to hold the course on our long-term infrastructure commitment. And as you'll see in the next few slides, we've maintained the same 10-year plan for capital projects, but we've moved some things around for 2026. And this is to be more realistic in what we can achieve and what will be spent. Overall, we want our ratepayers to know that we've worked to finance growth responsibly, and we're investing with intention throughout this budget process. As I mentioned earlier, the capital program deliverables are largely the same that were previously planned over the 10-year capital forecast. So all the planned work will still be completed. We've just realigned some of the projects and moved them out of 2026 and redistributed over the next few years. So the light blue bars on this slide represent what our 2026 projections from last year were, and the dark blue represent our proposed budget over the next several years. As we were planning our work plans and preparing for this budget process, we took a critical look at our projects and construction delivery timelines that we had planned for 2026, and we made some adjustments to our forecast. And these adjustments were based on several factors, including timing of environmental assessments, study deliverables being pushed out, and receiving more accurate scheduling and cash flow projections for some of our major projects. And this realignment equates to an approximately $150 million in reductions to our spending on capital projects for 2026 from last year's projections. So just to break that down a little bit, 77 million of that 150 million is accounted for through adjustments to the project cash flow for the Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant expansion and the North Digester Complex rehabilitation projects. Approximately $32 million was related to coordinated road and water reconstruction projects that were redistributed throughout the forecast. And the remaining $40 million is an accumulation of the 2026 budget decreases and realignments across multiple projects. So if you look at the entire forecast, we've actually increased our capital investment by around $82 million over the 9-year period from what was originally forecasted. And this reflects additional work to address the infrastructure deficit identified in the Waterworks Asset Management Plan. Also a slight increase to the Woodward Water Treatment Plant Phase 2A project, and investments under the Flooding and Drainage Improvement Framework. To deliver on these priorities, we're leveraging reserves and issuing more debt, which will reduce the pressure on current ratepayers. And finally, I want to provide a simple view of the budget to show the relative relationship between the major areas of capital, which is represented in green at the bottom of each bar, and operating, which is represented in yellow at the top of each bar. And this trend shows an increasing proportion of capital investment over the 10-year timeline. At the peak in 2028, 83% of investment is capital and 17% is operating. So you'll notice that capital investments are consistently much larger than operating in the 10-year profile. The following 3 slides provide a high-level summary of the core goals and objectives for the city's drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater programs for 2026. I'm not going to spend any time on these slides. You do have them in your package for reference, so I'll just flip right through them. Moving on to project highlights from 2025 that deliver value for ratepayers, the following slides demonstrate some of the great work conducted in 2025 and how we're investing money that was approved this time last year. Our water and wastewater systems planning and watershed management teams made great progress on several municipal class environmental assessments in 2025. EAs represent the starting point of any project shaping future capital plans. For example, the 2026 to 35 capital program allocates approximately $128 million for projects identified by EAs under the Flooding and Drainage Improvement Framework, which will be expanded on a bit later. Many of the studies on this slide are at or near 90% completion in preparation for land acquisition and future design work. These EAs represent future capital work to modify existing infrastructure or build new systems. While this slide highlights key studies, it is not exhaustive. There are more in the works that will continue to feed into Hamilton Water's capital program in the coming years. In 2025, our capital delivery and Woodward capital teams advanced major projects at the Woodward water and wastewater treatment plants and the Dundas wastewater treatment plant to improve reliability, extend asset life, and prepare for future growth. The work at Dundas is focused on critical health and safety improvements that lay the groundwork for a full plant replacement with ambitious environmental performance targets, ensuring the facility continues to serve the Dundas community for decades to come. Our watershed management team has been conducting long-term planning through the Shadoat Creek Order and advancing the top 10 priority projects under the Watershed Action Plan. In 2025, emergency works by the wastewater collections and stormwater operations team including the Sydenham Creek structural work, the rehabilitation of stormwater management ponds, and watercourse restoration projects were completed to stabilize channels and improve natural habitat. Also in 2025, our environmental monitoring and enforcement team responded to a spill that impacted Stormwater Pond 53 and that required significant remediation and rehabilitation. The Kenilworth Drainage Channel signifies an important turning point in the city's understanding of ownership of our assets and maintaining those assets to protect neighboring properties from flooding. Following recent court proceedings involving National Steel Car, ArcelorMittal Dofasco, and the city, the watershed management team is leading a coordinated remediation effort with ArcelorMittal Dofasco to improve flow of the channel and ensure appropriate maintenance protocols moving forward. These efforts demonstrate the city's commitment to maintaining critical infrastructure, reducing flooding risks, and safeguarding surrounding properties, while showcasing our ability to collaborate professionally with key stakeholders and governing bodies. This project has a $5 million budget and is expected to wrap up shortly. Alongside major capital projects, ongoing asset renewal remains essential to keeping our systems in good shape. In 2025, our water distribution team conducted several proactive valve and hydrant replacements focused on some of the oldest infrastructure, some dating back to 1939. The wastewater collections and stormwater operations team is leveraging new technologies like sonar pond surveys, which are improving data accuracy and efficiency. And our enhanced sewer inspections and dry weather sampling programs, launched as a result of the Burlington Street spill order, are helping us to better monitor and protect the environment. As well, the new engineering services-led Ravines and Watercourses program is supporting the management and rehabilitation of the City of Hamilton's ravines and watercourses. And the customer service and community outreach team successfully launched the new in-house Locates program in 2025. We are now locating all public works utilities in-house and are complying with Ontario One Call regulations. Progress was made on the engineering services-led Woodward Greenhill Transmission Main project. The Woodward Greenhill Transmission Main is the city's largest water main and a key lifeline in our drinking water system. The leak repair project completed in 2025 were a response to a large leak that was detected in 2023 and confirmed in 2024. The transmission main was returned to service on May 22nd, 2025. This slide provides an overview of the linear capital program delivered by our partners in the Engineering Services Division. Highlights include completion of the new Garner Road trunk water main and the York and Cannon water main upgrades, and continued work on the Wentworth-Wilson water main, storm and sewer upgrades, and the Dickinson Road sanitary sewer project. Dickinson Road is one of several engineering services growth-supported projects serving the Airport Employment Growth District and will assist in reducing combined sewer overflows citywide. In addition to capital works, engineering services manages inspection and rehabilitation programs for hundreds of kilometers of critical water and sewer mains. These programs represent a rigorous and proactive approach aimed at identifying weak points in our infrastructure before failure occurs. Hamilton Water is advancing a range of projects, studies, and programs that strengthen climate resilience, reduce emissions, and enhance sustainability across the water, wastewater, and stormwater systems. Our capital upgrades at facilities like Woodward and Dundas are improving energy efficiency, treatment capacity, and system reliability. Green infrastructure features such as low-impact development at well sites and combined sewer separation projects are reducing flooding risks and protecting receiving waters. Through strategic planning and studies, we're deepening our understanding of climate impacts, from wet weather management and erosion mitigation to infrastructure criticality and energy performance. On the operational side, programs such as system optimization, hydraulic modeling, and expanded flow monitoring are helping us better manage resources and respond to extreme weather. Staff training and integration of the Public Works climate lens into our project charters is ensuring that climate considerations are embedded in every stage of project planning and delivery. Excuse me. This slide celebrates the talented and passionate folks across Hamilton Water and the broader Public Works Department. And as you all heard at Council last week, in 2025, Hamilton Water received 3 national awards at the Water Canada Awards, recognizing excellence across all core services: drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater. The Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant upgrade, the Watershed Action Plan, and the Drinking Water Leak Detection Program all received top honors. The Leak Detection Program was also the successful recipient of an Ontario Waterworks Association Award for water efficiency. And another huge congratulations to those teams for their really amazing work. Above all, 2025 is a reminder of the importance of celebrating and taking care of the people behind the work. Their passion, dedication, and resilience in persevering through challenges as a team are second to none. Our new Hamilton Water social media channels are a great showcase for Hamilton Water's successes, sharing our pride with the broader community. Next, we'll look at some of the division's major initiatives and projects that span multiple years and rely on strong collaboration across the corporation and with our external partners. The Flooding and Drainage Improvement Framework is Hamilton Water's long-term roadmap. It was first outlined in 2022 to guide drainage upgrades and reduce flooding and combined sewer overflows. The framework builds on recommendations from key studies, including the West End and Hamilton Harbour sewer separation projects, and outlines an investment horizon exceeding $1 billion over more than 30 years. $367 million of the overall budget is planned to fall within the forecasted 10-year window. As part of Hamilton's new stormwater funding model, the Stormwater Incentive Program, managed by our Compliance and Regulations team, launched in April of 2025, starting with the Rain Ready Residential Rebate Program, which is delivered by our partners at Green Venture. To date, the residential rebate program has distributed over $156,000 in rebates, supporting 50 low-impact development projects, diverting more than 69,000 liters of stormwater, and installing 1,500 native plants. Looking ahead, the industrial, commercial, and institutional credit streams are scheduled to launch in 2026 alongside the new fees. Improving environmental outcomes related to our city's outdated wastewater system is very important to us, and we know that it's extremely important to our community. Hamilton is actively reducing combined sewer overflows through infrastructure investments and system upgrades. Current initiatives are already showing measurable improvements, and this downward trend is expected to continue as projects progress. Monitoring CSOs has helped us better understand where infrastructure is under stress. And in total, Hamilton has 22 uncontrolled and unmonitored combined sewer overflow outfall locations across the city. Temporary monitoring devices were installed at 17 locations to track flows into Hamilton Harbour, Shadow Creek, and Red Hill Creek. Hamilton Water is creating a dedicated in-house hydraulic modeling team within its water and wastewater systems planning section to develop and maintain near real-time models for water, wastewater, and stormwater systems. This responds to rising demand for capacity assessments for growth and intensification, and to recent legislative changes from Bill 109 and Bill 23 that have shortened approval timelines, removed our key planning tools, and increased delays and appeals to the Ontario Land Tribunal. This new team will build in-house expertise, reduce reliance on external consultants, streamline development application reviews, and support sustained growth, which will save costs, minimize delays, and align with council and provincial priorities. Hamilton is moving to the Consolidated Linear Infrastructure Environmental Compliance Approvals. This is a model for the pipes and drainage systems, and it is overseen by the Ontario Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. We are working closely with them to meet regulatory requirements, and we are very close to finalizing the details, targeting the end of 2026 to wrap it up. The Hamilton utility billing transition from Electra to an in-house model is moving forward, and its revised go-live date is set for March 2026. An equity lens has been embedded into our asset management processes in alignment with the term of council priorities. The asset management team has developed an equity matrix and worked with divisional leaders to define equity criteria for asset categories, services, and levels of service. Hamilton Water supports equitable access through programs such as the Low-Income Seniors Utility Rebate and the Protective Plumbing Program. Monitoring affordability remains a key focus. While the Low-Income Seniors Rebate addresses some needs, Hamilton Water continues to track water bill arrears, and unlike other utilities, accounts in arrears are not disconnected. The transition of billing from Electra to Hamilton Water will provide improved access to data, enable personalized customer engagement, increase transparency, and advanced equity by targeting support to those most affected by rising costs. Hamilton Water also participates in the Canada Water Network's Municipal Consortium Strategic Sharing Group, which assists in the exploration of affordability strategies, rate design informed by local challenges, and cross-sector collaboration. A big component of our work is planning for growth and ensuring our water and wastewater and stormwater systems can meet future demand, work closely with our partners in planning and economic development, and engineering services. The following is an overview of how we are investing in Hamilton's growth, ranging from master planning to capacity expansion projects, serving Hamilton's unique communities. The Water and Wastewater and Stormwater Master Plan, initiated in 2017, aims to confirm long-term servicing needs and ensure that sewer, water main, and pumping station capacity aligns with planned growth and intensification. While the master plan will not drive major new construction spending in 2026, it establishes growth-related infrastructure needs that will significantly shape the 10-year capital forecast. The renewed master plan is expected to be completed early in 2026. And here's a visual that represents growth-focused capital projects. Planned spending is broken down by the three major systems. And as you can see, by far the biggest growth-related investments over the next 5 years are related to wastewater, which are needed to improve capacity within our system. 88% of the projected investment at the peak in 2028 is for wastewater capital work. This slide shows a sample of our 2026 growth-supporting piping and facility projects with significant DC funding, situated within specific growth districts across the city, and those are marked on the map with the red stars. The largest single investment project is the Lower Centennial Sanitary Trunk Sewer, and that supports the Airport Employment Growth District and the town of Binbrook. A number of other projects are supporting specific growth districts beyond the AEGD, including the Stony Creek Urban Boundary Expansion Blocks, otherwise known as Scooby, the Red Hill Business Park Growth Area, the Centennial Secondary Study, and the LRT corridor, including major transit areas. For most of the pumping stations, the upgrades are generally for future growth and intensification, as identified in the 2051 planning numbers. Total gross budget of all featured projects on this slide is just under $43 million. Early underground work for the LRT, funded by Metrolinx, presents a valuable opportunity for the city to complete essential water and wastewater and stormwater infrastructure upgrades along the corridor at 5 key locations before full construction begins. Under the existing MOU with Metrolinx, city infrastructure will be replaced to Hamilton standards on a like-for-like basis. In addition, the city has the flexibility to enhance or expand infrastructure beyond the base scope as city-funded betterments. This has a dedicated budget of just over $10 million. And while space constraints limit major changes, this approach allows the city to proactively plan and integrate improvements that strengthen its underground system alongside the LRT construction. The Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant Phase 2 expansion, which kicked off in May of 2024, will increase average capacity by 22% and peak wet weather flow capacity by about 63%. The work plan will combine needed rehabilitation of some existing infrastructure and implement expansion of secondary and tertiary treatment to accommodate growth demands. This will enable capacity to service approximately 97,000 additional housing units. With a $535.7 million budget, $462 million of which is DC funded, the project will be delivered via 2 construction contracts, aimed at substantial completion for 2032. So on the map, the yellow portions in the image are required for growth, and the red portions represent rehabilitation components. Additional DC-funded capacity projects in 2026 that will support future growth include upgrades to 2 sewage pumping stations, one at the old Dundas Road in Ancaster and the others in Binbrook. These projects are supported by $42 million in development charges. With an increase in development applications beyond the urban boundary, the city has recognized capacity expansion projects will be a recurring need through the wastewater collection system. And more of these studies will be completed as we update our hydraulic models. Hamilton Water has faced unique challenges in 2025, and the following slides will provide a more detailed look at those pressures. Several market and regulatory pressures have imposed complex challenges for Hamilton Water and the city overall. And I won't get into each one of these as they're relatively self-explanatory, other than to say that we're working through solutions to each of these challenges. And this slide speaks to the ongoing infrastructure stress and resourcing challenges we face as a water utility. Again, I won't go into each one listed, but one I will highlight is the risks associated with aging infrastructure, including service impacts, as well as damage to private property and the environment. Those risks also include directing our community's investments towards short-term solutions and emergency repairs that don't necessarily create good value. Moving on to advocating for funding from higher levels of government, which has been a challenge, but also a major priority for Hamilton Water, and will continue now that the federal budget was released. And we know that the Canada Infrastructure Bank is increasing its support for infrastructure and housing. This slide represents some of the funding that we've received in the past, such as the $6 million received from the feds through their Infrastructure Canada's Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. And this was to support the Churchill Park Community Flooding Remediation Project. From the province, we received $9.4 million through the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund to support downtown water main upgrades. Several milestones have been completed for these projects, and more is planned for 2026. Hamilton Water has 3 pending funding applications under review at both the federal and provincial levels. Most notably, the $210 million request from the Federal Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund, and this is to support the Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant Phase 2 expansion and the North Secondary Treatment Rehabilitation. This slide represents some of the advocacy work that Hamilton Water has done alongside the government relations team and the mayor's office and many of you at ROMA, AMO, and FCM. Hamilton Water works closely with the government relations team, which provides us with a more consistent and strategic collaborative approach on upcoming opportunities. Now we'll move on to our long-term work plan spanning 2026 to 35. Beginning in 2026, the city will advance planning for several major water and wastewater infrastructure upgrades that protect public health, the environment, and the reliability of essential water and wastewater services. By proactively replacing aging infrastructure and expanding capacity where growth is occurring, the city is ensuring that these systems continue to operate as intended. The 3 upgrade projects are shown on the screen, and of note is the Dundas wastewater treatment plant upgrades, which are scheduled after the health and safety work at that plant is completed. We're also moving forward with the next phase of upgrades at the Woodward water treatment plant. These upgrades are focused on life cycle renewal and water quality enhancements to address failing infrastructure and safeguard the health of our community. Phase 2A has a budget of $351 million and runs from 2026 to 2033. It focuses on improving water quality and public health through new UV disinfection and filtration systems, along with asset renewal and major infrastructure upgrades. Work will be delivered through 2 construction contracts covering a new chlorine building, a new UV and filter buildings, and high lift pumping upgrades. Phase 2B is valued at $211 million and is scheduled for 2029 to 2035. This project will expand process capacity, modernize treatment technology, and reduce operational risk through upgrades to sedimentation, chemical feed, and storage systems, and the low-lift pumping system. The last spotlight on major upgrades and rehabilitation projects in our long-term forecast is the Woodward wastewater treatment plant building upgrades. Combined, these represent over a $200 million investment in the next 10 years. This is an important slide because it identifies the water, wastewater, and stormwater system work that engineering services completes on an annual basis outside of coordinated full road reconstruction projects. These programs are critical to reduce and eliminate significant risks and to restore our subsurface infrastructure. Work includes water and sewer main condition inspections, rehabilitation via lining, and replacement of large valves, culvert and outfall rehabilitation, and other special projects. This slide identifies some of the more significant water, wastewater, and stormwater projects that are either in construction or on the horizon for the Engineering Services Division. These projects are a mixture of growth supporting, LRT enabling, addressing priority infrastructure rehabilitation, and adding system resiliency. Each year, a number of condition assessments for water and wastewater facilities are completed under the Sustainable Asset Management Program to support long-term operations. The program collects important data to guide capital investment decisions and ensures strategic funding for asset renewal. The dollar values for these programs are based on estimated renewal and refurbishment costs from asset condition assessments and historical completion rates of capital projects. A full update of all asset management plans will begin in 2026 to meet our 2027 regulatory deadline. Now that we've reviewed our programs and services, we'll share some of our key drivers of the 2026 operating budget. As Director Weaver will explain more fulsomely in his presentation, the planned rate increase for the average residential customer is currently set at 5.82%, representing an approximate increase of $61.82 annually per average household consuming 200 cubic meters per day. As you may recall, last year's forecast for the 2026 rate was set at 10%. The 2026 rate operating budget program expenditures are $128.1 million, which represents an increase of $6.6 million or 5.5% compared to the 2025 budget. This slide represents the breakdown of our $128 million operating budget, which highlights the $6.6 million increase over 2025, and the primary driver of that increase being our maintenance budget. This slide is a summary of what is driving that most of that $6.6 million increase and breaks down the increase to the maintenance budget necessary to ensure continued delivery of our services. What we're seeing is that many of our multi-year contracts are coming to an end or have ended, and we're experiencing increased pricing as we go back out to the market. We continue to look for opportunities to leverage corporate contracts to partner with other sections and divisions to leverage the power of larger contracts. And the pie chart on the right provides a breakdown of the $128 million operating budget by the three major asset classes. This slide breaks down the differences between last year's forecast and this year's forecast of the operating budget. And the next slide represents the full-time equivalent forecast for the next 5 years. Hamilton Water is requesting 0 additional FTEs in 2026. This reflects a planned pause in staffing growth, consistent with a slower construction year and a realignment of non-capital programs and priorities that require no new resources in the short term. The staffing forecast remains unchanged in number and type of positions. It has simply been shifted forward by 1 year to reflect updated timing of program and project schedule needs. This approach ensures staffing levels remain aligned with upcoming project delivery and regulatory needs, while maintaining capacity to protect the health and safety of our community and the environment. The following slides highlight financial breakdowns of summaries of the capital budget, show trends and where investments are focused. This slide shows a breakdown of the capital budget funding sources per year, including DC funding in the dark blue, rate funding in green, and other funding in red. And those are from grants, subsidies, reserves, and user fees. As I mentioned in an earlier slide, while we are able to provide some affordability relief in 2026, the overall 10-year capital spend doesn't change. In fact, there is an $82 million increase over what was previously projected. Approximately 20% of the total $4.59 billion 10-year capital budget is DC funded, representing significant investment in growth-supported projects, especially over the next 5 years. For 2026, the DC funded component is $41 million, which reflects the current slowdown in the pace of development activity. With anticipated gradual recovery in the pace of growth in subsequent years, the DC funded portion is projected to increase significantly. Some of the DC funding in those years will be allocated to developer-delivered infrastructure in the Stoney Creek urban boundary expansion area and for water and sewer intensification projects in the lower city. Here is the $4.59 billion 10-year profile again, but by asset class. This view shows the relative split in resourcing, so you can see investments applied to the individual areas of water, wastewater, and stormwater. And you see that investments peak in 2028 at $669 million, with just over half of that, or $342 million, going to wastewater programming. These charts show the proportion of capital spending allocated to water and wastewater and stormwater infrastructure investments in 2026, which is on the left, and then in the 10-year forecast, which is on the right. And this slide shows the $1.4 billion that will be invested in our top 5 major projects over the next 10 years. The rebaselining of capital projects in 2026 is very evident in the lower value on the left, ramping up quickly with construction activity planned for 2027 and onward. Combined, these projects represent 34% of the 10-year gross program. And this is my last slide, and the graph is meant to demonstrate the key staff groups that are leading the delivery of rate-based infrastructure in the city and to what magnitude. Capital work is a very collaborative process with expertise that exists across the corporation. Engineering services provide significant capital support, as well as seen in orange, and transportation and teams from planning also contribute to capital programming for water infrastructure. And on behalf of the Hamilton Water Division, I thank you very much for your attention. Myself and the rest of the Hamilton Water leadership team are happy to take questions when the time comes. And I believe I'm passing the podium on to Director Weaver before taking those questions.
Good morning. I'm Kirk Weaver, Acting Director of Financial Planning, Administration and Policy. I'm going to take you through some slides that highlight the financing details in the 2026 water budget and the multi-year financing plan. Before I start, I'd like to also reiterate my thanks to the staff who are critical in development of this budget. I won't name them all, as Director Vanderperk did a fine job of that earlier, but it includes finance staff, Hamilton Water staff and Public Works Engineering Services staff, as well as staff in the growth management section of Planning and Economic Development. The water and wastewater storm budget, or the water budget, is the financial plan to deliver rate-supported services and programs and multi-year operational needs and rate-supported capital needs. In the slides that follow, I'll cover the financing plan by highlighting the overall strategy, the rationale behind it, and provide some information on consumption trends, affordability, and the debt and reserve funding proposed to meet capital investment needs. In alignment with the mayoral directive to staff, the 2026 water budget maintains investment in water, wastewater, and stormwater systems while keeping rates affordable. A needs-based approach was applied in developing the 2026 water budget and the 10-year financing plan. This approach ensures that resources required to deliver water, wastewater, and stormwater services are reflected in the budget. Municipal governments face a balancing act in maintaining and expanding services in a way that's fiscally sustainable. The need for funding, including added rate revenue, comes from the requirement to maintain the delivery of safe and reliable water, wastewater, and stormwater services. Also, the need to replace aging infrastructure, enhancing the city's resilience to flooding linked to climate change, as well as the need to service population and employment growth. Generally, the goal of the financing strategy is to support the water, wastewater, and storm programs with a level of funding required to provide that safe drinking water and protect homes and the environment. Through the consideration of the 2025 water budget and financing plan, staff had forecast the average residential rate increase would be approximately 10% for 2026. And this was also brought forward through the 2026 Outlook report presented in September of this year. Staff undertook a further review of the status and timing of various capital projects and are presenting a revised forecast of 5.82% for 2026. This would be followed by approximately 7% increases in 2027 through 33 before returning to 5% forecast increases in 2034 and 35. The change in the rate increase and financing strategy reduces the amount of funding required from current ratepayers and supports keeping more money in the hands of current ratepayers. It's important to note that 70% of that rate increase is dedicated to infrastructure funding. The 2026 water budget responds to the recalibrated infrastructure and investment timing, particularly timing that Director Vanderperk took you through of major capital projects. The Woodwater wastewater treatment plant expansion with a revised cash flow, and as well as some of the rate adjustment provides affordability to support infrastructure renewal. Under the previous plan, the wastewater reserve also helped support the stormwater program to maintain the overall 10% annual increase. And in July, through the stormwater fee program that's been approved by council, it's set to fund it from its own dedicated reserve and fee. In addition, the strategy that we're putting forward, the multi-year strategy, provides a trajectory for using responsible use of reserves, drawing existing reserves in 2026 to help moderate the rate increase, as well as the updated plan shows a change in the debt to contribution ratio, reflecting a strategy to maximize the use of available development charge reserves before taking on new debt. This approach supports affordability and demonstrates the city's commitment to using development charges efficiently to fund growth-related infrastructure. The presentation and report in your package covers the operating and capital programs that were highlighted by Director Vanderperk and represents maintaining the assets with an approximate value of about $17.4 billion. In summary, the 2026 water budget has total program expenditures of just short of $347 million, made up of $128 million for program expenditures and $218.8 related to capital and debt and infrastructure financing. It's supported by $343.5 million in rate revenue, as well as $3.4 million in non-rate revenue. The 2026 water programs have a combined operating budget of $346 million. They're heavily weighted to support the capital financing costs, 63%. Operating expenditures of $128 million are an increase of $6.6 million over the 2025 budget. Capital financing costs, including debt servicing costs, the contribution from operating to capital and DC exemptions are $218 million, which is an increase of $12.5 million over 2025. It's made up of $21.6 million in debt servicing costs, which is the principal and interest required to repay the existing debt, and $168 million direct contribution from rates. $28.5 million is to fund development charge exemptions, which is partially offset by reserve contributions of $7.1 million as part of the 3-year phase-in strategy that was adopted 2 years ago. DC exemptions have also been reduced by $6.5 million this year due to responding to the current economic conditions, and we don't expect that we'll need the full budget in 2026. So we've reduced that by $6.5 million. Non-rate revenues of $3.4 million are required to meet the operating program. The drivers of the operating budget were put forward by Director Vanderperk earlier. The 2026 budget for capital expenditures of $314 million on the slide are financed from these sources. $168 million, 0.7 or 67% comes from the operating or direct from ratepayers. $40.6 million is funded from development charges to support the growth-related component of projects in the budget. $27.6 million from debt and $10.3 million from reserves and other transfers. $4.7 million is from other revenue, which represents $4.3 million from the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund and $400,000 from the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. The city has close to 161,000 metered accounts, and it's important to note that just under 7% of those are from the ICI or industrial, commercial, and institutional sector and multi-res. Those accounts represent close to 50% of the city's consumption. So as a result, any changes in ICI and non-residential consumption can have a significant impact on our revenue stream. Revenues associated with consumption of $297.6 million represents approximately 86% of the 2026 water budget revenues. Hamilton's unique in that a significant portion of consumption and in turn revenues come from industrial and institutional customers. There's the top 40 customers represent about a quarter of consumption. The city also has long-term contractual arrangements to supply water to Haldimand County and Halton Region. So moving into the financing strategy. So why are we recommending a shift away from the previous strategy, and what's the impact on ratepayers? The realigned capital program, as a result of that, continuing with the 10% increase proposed in the 2025 budget, would have resulted in a transfer of more than $30 million to water and wastewater reserves. Essentially, this would mean that we would be collecting more rate revenue than required to fund the 2026 capital program. Given the multi-generational nature of a number of the major capital projects, staff have updated the financing strategy to reflect a more balanced approach, which provides some relief to current ratepayers through responsible use of debt and reserves. The 2026 water strategy varies compared to the strategy approved by Council in principle in 2026. As I mentioned earlier, we had forecast an increase of 10%. What this means in the proposed budget is that the 2025 residential average residential bill was $1,061 in 2025. The 5.82% increase represents an increase of $61.82 for a total of $1,123. If we continued with the 10% increase in 2026, that would have represented an additional $44 average increase to the average ratepayer. And the average ratepayer assumes a consumption of 200 cubic meters a year. The 2026 water budget financing strategy has been revised, as I mentioned, and this slide illustrates the change and the impact over the life of the 10-year program with the 5.82 in 2026 and the 7% for the middle portion of the forecast, representing the period of time when most of those major capital projects are being undertaken and the construction is taking place on those projects. The water, wastewater, and stormwater sector are one of the most infrastructure-intensive sectors with substantial long-term investment needs. About 2/3 of the 5.82% increase is driven by the need to fund critical infrastructure investments, and that's shown on this chart on this slide now. Shifting to consumption. Despite ongoing growth in the last number of years in new homes, I'm focusing on residential consumption now. Sorry, I should have introduced that. It's residential consumption. We've had growth of 12,900 accounts since 2017, which represents a 9.5% increase. But we don't see the associated increase in consumption. The table on the right, or the picture on the right, shows that the 5.4% increase in consumption despite the larger growth in accounts. This shows the impact of some more efficient water fixtures and appliances being introduced in some of the new housing, so that despite the growth in residential sector and the number of accounts, we don't see the same level of increase in consumption. Similarly, in the industrial, commercial, and institutional and multi-res sector, with ongoing growth there continues to be ongoing conservation efforts that offset any demand associated with new customers. Many existing larger multi-residential customers are implementing water conservation projects. As reflected in the chart, water consumption demand is forecast to remain relatively flat for the ICI sector at 28.3 cubic meters for the 2026 budget. Staff continues to monitor the consumption patterns and related impacts as changes in water consumption trends. Moving to affordability and municipal comparators. Over the past decade, Hamilton's ability to maintain competitive water and wastewater storm rates, given the magnitude of some of the rate increases approved over that same period, reflects the fact that, like Hamilton, other municipalities are also addressing many of the same infrastructure investment requirements. In 2025, Hamilton's residential annual water and wastewater storm bill continued to be fairly competitive among the local comparator group. I will note that we have moved up. I think at one point we would have been on the far right of that chart, but in recent years we've moved up slightly. Many of the municipalities are still working on their 2026 rate budgets, so these are 2025 numbers. Staff continues to assess ratepayers' ability to pay current water and wastewater storm billings. Ability to pay is primarily a function of income related to the cost of living. Fixed costs such as housing, property taxes, utilities, and other necessities take a smaller share of household income for households with higher income levels. The city participates in an annual study from BMA Management Consulting, and this slide shows the trend in Hamilton's situation, where we're currently at just under 1% of household income going to utility billing. And with the forecast rate increases, we would move beyond the survey study average. One of the factors that affects that, as well as Hamilton does have a lower average household income than some of our comparator municipalities. Another measure of affordability is to look at water arrears. Per the city's policies, unpaid water and wastewater arrears that remain unpaid past 60 days are transferred to the city's property tax roll. And Electra reports this metric as part of their annual service activity report. From 2021 to 2025, which is a forecast, the number of unpaid arrear tax rolls has increased over that 5-year period from approximately 23,700 transfers to 28,400 transfers. In addition, the number of transfers, the amount of arrears has also grown from about 4.7 million in 2021 to 7.8 million in forecast in 2025. The increase in arrears transfers is most concerning, as most are over 90% of those arrears are related to residential accounts, which translates into about 1.5% of total bills. Of note, one factor that may be contributing to the increasing tax roll transfers and payment arrangement fees are, unlike some other utilities, service disconnection is not utilized by Hamilton Water. A number of neighboring water utilities do employ that. In addition, when a customer makes a partial payment toward their water, wastewater, and electric account through Electra, the electric portion takes priority with any residual amount directed to the oldest water arrears. And that's something that will change with the bringing the utility billing in-house, where we will be able to identify specifically the arrears being separate from the electric arrears. Director Vanderperk covered in some detail some of the capital investments. I'll provide a high-level overview. The water budget for 2026 includes long-term investment and capital infrastructure for the 10 years of 2026 to 2035. The combined capital program details the spending to replace, rehabilitate, upgrade, and expand our water, wastewater, and storm infrastructure. For 2026, that represents investment of $252 million, made up of 44% through water, 42% of wastewater infrastructure, and 14% stormwater. Over the next 3 years, more than $2 billion, or about $2 billion worth of capital investment is planned, and $4.6 billion over the 10-year forecast. This represents an approximate $82 million increase over the proposed plan in 2025. This slide highlights the level of investment over the 10-year forecast and shows the period of time when the three major capital investment programs and constructions are taking place. The Woodward wastewater treatment plant expansion has a gross capital cost of $487 million. It is 95% development charge funded, with a significant spending planned between 2027 and 2031. The Woodward water treatment plant upgrades, phase 2A, has a gross cost of $347.5 million, with significant spending in the 2027 to 2032 period. The Dundas wastewater treatment plant project has a project cost of $254.3 million, with spending planned between 2027 and 2033. There are also, in order to meet the requirements of the asset management plan, in the later part between 2030 and 2035 of the forecast, there's approximately $485 million in planned spending. The Woodward water treatment plant expansion phase 2B has a gross capital cost of 211, or just short of 212 million, with spending planned between 2032 and 2034. Approximately 1.4 billion of the 10-year capital program is required in the first 3 years of the program. The capital program includes just over $1 billion in gross costs for projects supporting growth infrastructure. The growth-related infrastructure investment included in the 2026 to 35 forecast to accommodate growth is $928 million. That includes both development charge debt and use of DC reserves. Our water budget capital financing strategy includes the capital financing costs from the operating budget made up of non-DC debt charges, rate contribution to capital, and DC exemptions. The rate operating budget capital financing costs are increasing from 212 million and will peak at 429 million in 2033. The majority of that increase is going to capital construction, as shown in the blue section of this graph. So what does all this mean for the average ratepayer? As I mentioned, we'd forecasted a combined 10% increase last year. Due to the investment in infrastructure and timing and realignment of projects, the rate increase has been revised to 5.82%. The forecast allows for improved affordability both for 2026 and throughout the life of the 10-year forecast through the compounding effect. Another contributing factor to the change in the financing strategy is an overall increase in reserve and debt financing and the wastewater reserve funding, now only funding the wastewater program beginning in July through the stormwater fee. A new stormwater funding model has been approved by Council and will be implemented beginning in July. And at that time, the city will no longer use revenues collected through wastewater bills to fund the stormwater management activities. When this new funding model is implemented, wastewater rates will be reduced as they will no longer be used to fund stormwater management activities. In the overall 10-year strategy, based on the original SFU rate of 10% increase each year, there would be a surplus generated. So through the realignment of the program, you'll see that the SFU rates over the life of the 10-year forecast are increasing at smaller rates by 10% in 27 and 28, and lower 3% increases in 3 and 4% increases in this latter half of the stormwater forecast. We've also pulled some comparators for the stormwater fee from some of our comparator municipalities that show that we're around the middle of the pack. This is again based on 2025 information. I'll speak a little bit about debt and reserve funding that goes into the 2026 water budget and financing plan. So there's some fluctuation in the debt, ranging from a low of 317 million this year, or this upcoming year, to a high of 2.4 billion in 2033. There's significant development charge component, which is the tan-colored section of the graph, representing significant investments in the Woodward water treatment plant and the Woodward wastewater expansion. Development charge debt in 2030 to 34 of 197 million is for the Woodward water treatment plant expansion. The water treatment plant upgrades is scheduled to begin construction in 2032, with approximately 93% of that cost funded by development charges. Development charge debt between 2026 and 33 of 428 million is to fund the Woodward wastewater treatment plant expansion. That project is scheduled to begin construction in 2027, with 95% of that cost funded from development charge debt. There's also increases in debt due to unspecified works being built into the forecast to align with the 2025 asset management plan. And those will be needed in the 2030 to 35 period. The use of debt also comes with an increased amount of debt charges. So they increase on this graph from 26.8 in 2026, peaking in 2035 at just shy of 258 million. The majority of that is also to fund the debt required for the water treatment expansion and the wastewater treatment plant expansion. So there is some risk if the growth-related infrastructure does not materialize as per forecast in taking on this debt. But we believe that what we've proposed is responsible use of debt, and we will annually review the program to make sure that we're aligning with the level of growth that's happening in the community. The two previous slides highlighted the rate-supported or the water-supported debt. These slides and the next one highlight debt in relation to council-approved policies. So council has approved a debt limit for tax and rate-supported debt not to include 60% of the city's own source revenues unless approved by council. Current debt ratio is about 12.9 and is forecasted to be well within the council's policy for the life of the forecast. We also have debt charge increases based on the tax and rate budgets combined that have been approved but not yet issued. New debt projects that are recommended through the 10-year capital plans for tax and rate will exceed the city's council-approved debt limit in 2029. This strategy is employed in order to fund and finance the important infrastructure improvements and rehabilitation of over the next 10 years in the water programs. This graph includes both tax and water debt charges. The city's development charges. The city's development charge debt is expected to rise significantly and will exceed the council's approved limit in 2028. As major roads, wastewater plant expansions, linear and wastewater trunks are forecast to be built in that 10-year period. The debt forecast in the future assumes the current pace of growth, which will be reviewed annually. The $631 million of development charge debt limit approved by council is based on 25% of total DC eligible costs per the 2024 development charges background study. So that's what the red line represents on the graph. The proposed financial plan leverages available capacity in our reserves and draws down the water, wastewater, and storm reserves below their minimum overall required balances. The water, wastewater, and storm reserve reaches a negative balance in 2026, which is offset by the positive balances in the water reserves. The combined forecast balance of these reserves is positive at about $20 million in 2026, including the wastewater improvement study reserve. In 2031, in the graph, there's a forecast balance of $7.8 million or $14 million including the wastewater improvement study reserve, and that fluctuates an overall average positive balance of $15 million between all of the reserves. The target value of a minimum of $87 million for all reserves is something that we will seek to achieve in future years once we have worked through all of these major infrastructure investments. And finally, I think Director Vanderperk had this slide, or this graph in one of her slides, but this represents a summary of the sources of capital financing for the $4.6 billion in capital investments that are planned over the next 10 years, showing the contribution from rates and the debt and the development charges. And I'll just note the other revenue as well, where we are anticipating approximately $90 million in senior government funding that would need to be received through our advocacy efforts in order to make this financing plan fully funded. And wrapping up, Director Vanderperk did cover the utility billing transition. The anticipated transition is Q1 of 2026, and systems and staffing infrastructure are currently being implemented to make that happen. So in closing, the 2026 water budget and financing plan is in alignment with the mayor's directive. It balances the need for investments in infrastructure with affordability. We believe it's an equitable approach to use of debt and reserves, and considers the need for provincial and federal government support, and supports the identified capital investment needs and current rate of growth through stable rate increases. And that's the end of my presentation. The next steps would be deliberations today, as well as a future meeting if that's required.
Thank you very much, Director Weaver, and to Director Vanderperk. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the acknowledgement you always give to the many hands and minds that have been behind this enormous amount of work. Our thanks to everyone who has been involved. I'll let Director Weaver get back to his seat before I entertain questions. We have a number of councillors with questions. Councillor Cretch.
Thanks, and first I just wanted to make two small acknowledgements before I ask any questions. One, thank you for calling it the water budget. This is the first year that it has this name. Before it was called the rate budget primarily, and I heard from lots of residents about how they were just confused as to what a rate was versus what a tax was. This makes it a lot clearer to people who are considering the water budget that it's about water. Thank you, and also thank you for making the presentation as accessible as possible. As someone who's colorblind, I often struggle with presentations that are presented, and this one is usually one that is made really accessible, so I appreciate that. My main question is about how we see the financing strategy and the investments for the capital change. So one big thing this council did, which I was happy to support, was saying, look, we're going to invest 10% a year in terms of a rate increase so that we can make sure our water and wastewater facilities operate, do the things they need to do. And as we continue to build out and address overflows, pollution in our harbor, all kinds of things, we're trying to make sure that what we have, we can maintain and we can improve. So this council made that decision to do that. And then when I look at the charts and the different kinds of plans are here, I see we've kind of got a 7%, the graph has changed to. We've changed some of the way that we finance things, and we've moved some of our capital plans down the road a little bit. And now for the public who doesn't know, we'd have presentations from staff from Water who talk to us about the budget before it comes here, so we have a sense of what's happening. And those conversations, what I learned was that some of the capital plans needed to be extended further into the future because we weren't quite ready to do some of them. So that's one of the reasons why this is happening. But at a very high level, in a simple way, could you just explain to me, I guess, what exactly is happening here that's changed and shifted, right? So why the shift and what the impact of that shift will be? I'm not sure who wants to answer that, but I think there's two, one from the water side, one from the financing side, but thank you.
I first of all recognize GM Zagaric.
Through the budget chair, I can start, and then Director Vanderperk can add in. I would attribute the change to three factors. One is the alignment of the financing to the timing of some of the generational capital projects, that being the Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant, the Woodward Water Treatment Plant. And given that those projects are still in an EA phase, is the opportunity to realign the financing to the timing of those projects. The other factor is, as Acting Director Weaver pointed out, is the alignment with the current housing market. And our colleagues in Planning and Economic Development, Director Hanna, worked with our colleagues in Hamilton Water to revise the growth enabling projects to align with our current forecast with respect to growth. And again, this is work that would continue in future years as we see changes with respect to federal immigration, policy, as well as recently as the provincial fall economic statement and the revised forecast with respect to housing starts. That is work that would continue beyond 2026. And the final adjustment is with the introduction of the stormwater rates, that's a contributing factor not only to 2026, but those 7% forecasts. You'll see in the memorandum before you, I believe it's sections H and I, that the stormwater rates effective July 1st represents a 40% reduction. Sorry, the wastewater rate effective July 1st represents a 40% reduction from the January 1st, reflecting the introduction of stormwater rate. So those are three principal factors contributing to the change in the rate for 2026.
Thank you very much. Anything further to add? Seeing, yes.
Through the chair, I'm Carrie Vanderperk, Acting Director of Hamilton Water. Just from the sort of project planning perspective, I think the largest shift was for the Woodward wastewater treatment plant upgrades. And prior to hiring a consultant, the project timelines, the budget, and the corresponding 10-year forecast was estimated by staff. We then awarded the project to our consultant in 2024, and we had the project kick off in May of this year. Of last year. So throughout the course of the project, to date, our consultant has provided more accurate schedule and cash flow projections over the duration of the project. And as such, the 10-year forecast and the 2026 particularly budget was adjusted to align with those updated schedules and cash flow projections. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thanks, it does. And I think what I heard you say, which is really helpful, is we're not changing the kind of investment we're making. This generational investment is still on track. We have different financing that we're using. We have a clearer picture from our consultant about what the timelines will be, and so we've adjusted accordingly. That gives me lots of confidence in supporting the water budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Thank you. I have several questions. When I see these presentations, I'm also very thankful about all of the information that's in them. We saw in Director Vanderperk's presentation that there are multiple projects, lots and lots of projects, multiple slides of projects. So I wonder, could you give us a sense of how do we prioritize all of these projects? And is it on a priority of need or priority of growth? And I get that you're likely going to say both, but my hope is that if you can try to help me understand how do we prioritize, because then it helps. It's the same question of why I ask asset management, because I just want to understand where do we need to put more of our sort of thinking in terms of how we look at all of these projects.
Through the chair, you're right, Councillor, it is definitely both. And I can maybe start and pass on to my colleagues if they have anything to add. But certainly the priorities come from needs. You know, in our system, we take a look at our asset conditions through our asset management plans and our condition assessments, and we understand from the data that we get from those programs that what the needs are in terms of replacement and repairs that are required. From the sort of major capital projects like the wastewater treatment plant expansion, both on the water and wastewater side, it certainly comes down to growth and what we need for future generations to maintain our services and to ensure that we have the capacity to enable that growth. And then from the Dundas wastewater treatment plant, it's really that plant is at the end of its useful life cycle, and there's a great need to replace that plant, mostly for just to ensure that we can maintain the amount of treatment, the levels of treatment that we currently maintain, but also knowing that discharge point is a sensitive discharge receiver in ensuring we have excellent quality coming out of that wastewater treatment plant.
I understand that. I think where I'm also looking for a little more transparency is we have the asset management plans. We now have this, the water budget, where we do highlight a lot of these projects. I think I want to understand what is the correlation between the asset management plans and how we make the decision-making matrix. I struggle because some of the feedback I receive from residents is, well, didn't we just increase and expand the Woodward plant? And now you're asking to put another 500 and something million into the further growth and expansion. But then in my ward, we also have pipes that are from 1888 and 1859. So I think that that's kind of where I'm trying to figure out what that level of transparency is. And I recognize that that might be a further larger conversation, communications conversation offline. So I will park that for now. My next question is, as we are ranking these projects, how are we readying them for the potential for some of the funds from other orders of government coming down? So you did mention the Canada Infrastructure Bank, where they are increasing their sort of line of credit, I guess, to municipalities. Ontario has just released that they will be a flow through from some of the federal funds. So how are we getting ourselves ready to capture some of the opportunities that might be coming from other orders of government?
Through the chair, we have several eyes on all of the opportunities that are coming down the pipe, so to speak. We work very closely with our government relations team, as well as the mayor's office, to ensure that we're not missing any opportunities. I actually get several emails from various colleagues from across the organization, as well as from various groups that we belong to, who make sure that we're not missing any opportunities. So folks will send emails to say, hey, did you catch this one? This was just announced from the provincial or federal government. So we definitely have eyes on anything that might come our way through the various associations that we belong to. We also have staff who attend workshops. So if there's a workshop on a particular funding opportunity, we make sure that we have attendance at those workshops so that we're understanding what we have to do to ready ourselves for those opportunities. These applications are complex and they can take a lot of time and energy and staff resource to put together. So we're making sure that we're leveraging all of our expertise to ready ourselves for anything that comes our way.
Excellent. I have one more question, Chair.
You got 10 seconds?
I wanted to reach back into Director Weaver's presentation, slide 30, where you showed all of the different proposed water budget. It's a financing plan overview. There's a red line. That's our debt cap. That's our debt limit. So I wanted to understand, is there an opportunity to move closer to the debt limit today, given that today's interest rates are down, financing might be a little more affordable for us today, rather than surpassing the debt limit in 2029. So I think I just want to understand, how can we make the blue bars closer to the red bar and then make it a little bit of a flatter blue bars? I hope that makes sense. Slide 30 is what I'm looking at.
So through the chair, slide 30 is the showing the forecast debt charges, representing the charges related to the debt that we're going to take on. So that would be increasing based on the timing of the issuance of debt, which is usually done at the time of project completion. So as some of these larger projects come to completion, we would issue the debt, which is why you see that trend in the debt charges going up.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you for explaining that.
Councillor Tom Percy Jackson.
Thank you, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson. I have 7 queries, so please put me down a second time as needed. First of all, always great thanks to Acting Senior Director Vanderperk, as she has capably filled in for Senior Director Nick Winters, and thank you, Acting Director Kirk Weaver, and all your teams for the excellent presentation. So first question, can you just further elaborate for me so I can explain to my community the seniors utility rebate? Maybe I've been asleep at the switch, but can you tell me how that's applied? Or is that the regular seniors rebate that council has approved many, many years ago that I think offers about $250 per senior in their home as they meet income thresholds? Through you, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson, whoever wants to take that.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. I'm going to refer the question to Director Shane McCauley, as it's throughout his program.
Way up.
Oh, yes, Director Shane McCauley, please. Good morning.
Good morning, Shane McCauley, Director of Water Wastewater Operations. I apologize, I was helping get some power set up here. Could I
Not at
have the
all.
question repeated?
Councillor Jackson, could you repeat your question? Just because Director McCauley was getting all set up and he just wants to make sure he hears it correctly.
Fair enough. My apologies, Director McCauley. I was asking about my first question, the seniors utility rebate. Just a question is, can you explain what that is? And or is that the traditional property tax seniors rebate that councils of the past and this current one have approved, where a senior, I think over 65 years of age, meeting income thresholds, gets about $250 a year? Or is this something new, and can you explain, please?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Jackson. I believe our folks in finance actually are the best folks to answer that question. I see General Manager Zagaric with his hand up.
I should have just asked and said, Budget Chair, would you direct it to the appropriate person on staff, please?
Well, now that we have that on the ground, yes, let's go with that.
I believe this is a public works question. No.
Okay, what's going on?
Through the budget chair, council adopted this program. It's a companion program to the seniors tax rebate. In 2024, this program was adopted. Any senior who is eligible for the seniors tax rebate is automatically eligible for the utility rebate. And as the councillor identified, there is a income threshold and an assessed housing value threshold. But again, it's a companion to the seniors tax rebate. So recipients would receive both. Eligible recipients would receive both.
Awesome news, General Manager Zagaric. Thank you very much. Second question, Budget Chair Wilson. Just further explain, I think, to Acting Senior Director Vanderperk, no FTEs now under the revised forecast, and yet if I kept my notes from earlier this year, when we wrapped up the 25 budget, the original forecast was 6 new FTEs, but now you can carry on the water and wastewater services with no FTEs in 2026 proposed. Can you further elaborate and explain, please?
Sure, through the chair. Some FTEs that were forecasted were tied to project timelines for those major capital upgrades, and those were moved out of 2026, as we know. In this resulted in the FTE needs also moving, as we don't need that capacity in our teams until we're ready to move forward. So other projects that weren't tied to major capital upgrades were also impacted by the labor disruption. And so some of those work plans also got moved out of 2026. And of course, when project timelines are moved, so are the needs for resources.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, Acting Senior Director. Third question. What if the federal funds that are available, if I heard correctly, this is contingent with the hopeful federal funding coming forward to help meet the 5.82. What if those funds, for whatever reason, we don't qualify or aren't forthcoming? Do you and team come back to this body to maybe revise the 5.82, or what would happen? Through you, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson, please.
GM Zagaric, please.
Through the budget chair, yes, we would have to report back to council with respect to what we've assumed, which is the $100 million. If, for instance, the City of Hamilton were to be successful with respect to our application through the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund, we would come back to council to advise council. We would likely revise rates as well as development charges, as that is a growth-related project. So short answer is yes, under either scenario. It's really dependent on the outcome of the city's application.
How am I doing, Budget Chair Wilson?
May I put you on for a second time?
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Jim Zagaric.
Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, all of my questions today are going to be about the debt and the debt financing. When I look at slide 7 at the beginning, I'm seeing that the contribution from operating is sorry, just next slide, is just under $173 million towards capital. And then I look forward into the debt charges projection, and I'm just seeking confirmation that in 2035, ratepayers are being asked, or this funding strategy has ratepayers chipping in a little over 170 million, that 173 number, just towards debt financing. So those projects, those capital projects that we're delivering over the next 10 years, those will actually happen as they go, but the switch is now debt charges are making up essentially all that we're putting into capital in the next 10 years. I'm just trying to get an understanding. Am I reading these charts right? Like that's the $1 million on the right column there. Trying to understand that that is $173 million pressure projected in 2035 just for debt financing.
GM Zagarek, please.
Sorry, through the budget chair, if I could ask the
Slide
councillor what
29, ignoring anything that's funded from DCs, just talking about the rate numbers, so just the blue bars.
Sure. And through the budget chair, as I'm looking for the slide, I'll start with the debt forecast really reflects the growth enabling projects and the scale of the growth enabling projects. The city's practice is we debt finance those projects funded from both water ratepayers as well as through development charges. And it is those projects that are driving our debt forecast over the next 10 years.
Thank you. And just seeking that, again, it's more in this year, we're spending $170 million on capital works from ratepayers. In 2035, we're spending $170 million on debt financing from ratepayer. I'm just trying to seek confirmation that those approximated, I'm rounding those numbers, but I'm just trying to understand the impact of debt financing. And so seeking confirmation about the 2035 spend.
So through the budget chair, looking at slide number 29, if you look at 2026, the city is incurring just short of $27 million in debt charges. That's the cost of servicing our debt. By 2030, our debt charges will represent approximately $173 million, and that really reflects the scale and the increase in our debt, or overall debt, required to support our growth enabling projects.
Thank you. I've looked at the asset management plans for water. I'm seeing asset management plans are a big part of this funding increase. I guess I'm just asking, most of the life cycles in asset management plans or water or wastewater are fortunately multi-decade long projects. You know, some of the short ones are 40 years is a shorter timeline. Typically they're 60, 80 years in the plan. Is there another forecasted renewal pressure between 2035 and 2050, either to meet growth projections or based on asset management, life cycles? I'm just trying to understand, do we have another big capital spend that we're trying to do in 15 years while we're still paying off the debt from this one, or based on the projections and based on the growth, we think, our next big spend or our next big renewal will likely be coming after 2050?
GM Zagarek.
Through the chair, it is the three capital projects referenced in today's presentation that really are enabling in terms of our growth and our growth plans to 2031 and likely 2041, which is the Woodward wastewater treatment plant, the Woodward water treatment plant, and then with respect to Morsel Quality, the Dundas. But on slide number 29, it does speak. You'll see the bottom arrow really is our asset management investments, and you'll see because of the timing for the expansion projects, we're forecasting the increase for asset management starting in 2030.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think my question is actually more of a question to Hamilton Water. I'm trying to understand within the asset management plan, we have confidence levels and we have risks and we have a replacement timeline. I'm trying to understand if the bulk of the replacement of current assets and assets required by growth is happening in these next 10 years, or if this is just phase one of several investments that will be needed to get caught up with our asset management responsibilities, if that makes sense. So it sounds to me that this is a unique period of growth, that this coming decade is not like the 2040s or the 2050s or the 2060s per se. We won't be at a period where we're renewing old infrastructure and building for growth at the same time. I'm just trying to understand, because the asset management plan only has the 10-year forecast that we see, but we have to growth plan until at least 2050 for the province. Can someone fill in the 2040 to 50? Is there a major bill coming?
I see that Director Bainbridge has approached the bench.
Through you, Chair Wilson, Mark Bainbridge, I'm the Director of Planning and Capital for Hamilton Water. It is a great question, and the answer is that from the perspective of the projects that are being undertaken right now at the Woodward and Dundas water and wastewater treatment facilities, they will carry us into a full lifespan of capital infrastructure, which would be expected to be on the order of 40 or 40 plus years. But I think what the councillor is asking is what is the visibility on asset replacements outside of the wastewater treatment plants that he realizes will be renewed under these programs. And I think that's an evolution of our asset management planning and financial planning that I don't have the answer for right now. So we have gone through in 2025 here the level of service reviews under asset management, which gives some information about future life cycles for our assets on a program-wide basis for everything. In June 2025, there was a report for that. We do in Hamilton Water have financial planning exercises that take place as part of our license renewal, and the last one for that was 2023. But I still don't think that we have good, clear visibility outside of the 10-year window, and I think those are the programs that will need to be evolved to answer those questions more fully.
Through the chair, if I have time for a final question on this?
I'm going to allow it because it took us a little bit of time to land on that question. Thank you.
I understand that we don't necessarily know, but the anticipation is lots of it is coming forward. I appreciate that answer a lot. I'm just trying to understand how long will it take to pay off the $173 million that is a debt pressure in 2035? When are we expecting, if there's not new investments or new debt being issued for water, after how many years of kind of budgets is that pressure predicted to go back down to where current levels are? Thank you.
Through the budget chair, our debt issuance assumptions is 15-year terms, and so the debt is forecasted to peak in 2032 at just short of $2.3 billion. So again, assuming that we can sustain our investments in terms of asset management within the overall funding envelope, it would be somewhere in that 2045, 2050 period.
Thank you, through the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Taddison.
Chair, I don't have any questions for the presentation. I would like to I'd like to separate one item for a separate vote. When's the appropriate time to do that? When the report's on the floor?
Yep.
Okay, I'll wait till then. Thank you. Please note that.
Will do. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Good morning, Chair Wilson. Just a couple of questions, if I may. So I'm trying to understand exactly what has happened between last year's budget and this year's budget, where the projected rate increase was 10% a year. So you'll recall in the very first term, I believe the rate budget proposal was 10% increase in water rates for 4 years. Now we're looking at 5.82%, I believe. Could someone just explain that to me? Not that I'm looking a gift horse in the mouth. I'm just curious what transpired.
I'm going to look to Director Weaver or GM Zagarek for that introductory overview again.
Through the budget chair, I can start, and then Director Vanderperk maybe can provide some details with respect to the timing of the multi-generational projects and more specifically the Woodward wastewater treatment plant. So again, a few changes with respect to the timing of those large capital projects. The Woodward wastewater treatment plant through the 2025 budget had identified 2026 as the start of construction of that project and the requirement for the financing to support that. Given that that project is still in some EA stage, at an EA stage that is now being reflected in 2027. So that, in part, is a contributing factor to the change from the previous 10% to the 5.82 proposed. The other is growth enabling projects. Staff in planning economic development sat down with staff in Hamilton Water and reviewed our local development markets and the demand from our local development market as it relates to growth enabling infrastructure. And some growth enabling projects have been deferred to better reflect the pace of development in the markets. We also heard today that some of the coordinated projects between engineering services and Hamilton Water have been realigned. And then the last factor is the introduction of the stormwater fee effective July 1st, and that is a contributing factor as well.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that explanation. The next question that I have is with regards to any federal funding. I know we're trying to maximize any amount of federal funding that would help us with these large capital infrastructure investments. Is it anticipated that if we do, assuming we get a $250 million capital grant from the federal government, or for example, our water capacity, increasing our water capacity, will that money be used to lower development charges or lower water rates?
Through the budget chair, both. And I'll use in the presentation today, you might have noted the city has put forward an application through the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund for $210 million. If the city were to be successful with respect to that application, we would reflect that in terms of the capital financing plan for that project. And what that means, that translates then into a lower development charge for both residential and non-residential, and it would reduce rates, the water rate for existing home buyers. So as we've often referenced, the opportunity for senior levels of government to reduce development charges, the immediate opportunity is through grant funding, and if the city were to be successful with the $210 million grant application, we would reduce our development charges in the magnitude of about $6,800 for a residential unit and approximately $4 per square foot for non-residential. And in addition, we would reduce the rate forecast for existing ratepayers going forward. So again, it's a great opportunity for the federal government to help to support housing supply going forward, but as well as to reduce the impact of development charges on the development community, as well as for home buyers as well.
Thank you for that. I'm looking at the total debt when we're looking at, I think it's over 10 years was the plan. And the title of the page, it's page 22, it says total 10-year capital, $4.5 billion. Now that's going to be financed, obviously, but those servicing charges to pay for that finance, they would be allocated to water rates, correct? So the more we invest, the higher the servicing costs, the higher the servicing costs, the higher the water rate. Is that correct?
Who would like to help out with this one?
So through the chair, that's correct. And generally speaking, as we take on more debt, it impacts the debt charges that are required. But I would say that is built into the 10-year forecast. So the rate increases that are forecast for future years of 7% capture that level of debt that is anticipated.
Councillor Clark, if you would like to let clerks know if you'd like to go back on, I'm just trying to be as fair as possible with each councillor.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks for the presentation. Very informative. This is pretty basic stuff. If I can, you bear with me for a second, Chair. If we can't breathe the air, we're in big trouble. If we can't drink clean potable water, we're in a terrible situation. We get at growing food, our own food as well. These are pretty basic things. I'm optimistic, by the way, that the feds will come through. The references to both development charges and some assistance there, as well as the new initiatives around housing, lead me to be optimistic. And I think one of our responsibilities, whenever we can, is to try to be optimistic and to try to make sure we're encouraging senior levels of government here. The question about priorities was interesting. Councillor Wang talked about that, and some of the pipes going back to the late 1800s, 1900s. Pretty tough to set priorities, and I compliment the team when you've got to maintain, repair, and expand to meet growth all at the same time. That's a massive and very important undertaking. We have a combined sewer water system. And what now is, in referencing a previous lifetime, we had an estimate provincially at one point that to correct that, we would never set it up that way today if we were building it, was a $2.8 billion job. That figure is 10 years old. So it would likely be a lot higher than that today. I just flagged that because, when you keep this all together and you hear the presentation and we hear that the average rate increase is on the water side is going to be $61.83. That works out to 17.6 cents a day. I'm willing to pay 6.6 cents a day extra to be able to drink clean potable water. Can you confirm that that is an accurate figure? That's my question. Is it in fact less than 18 cents a day increase?
Director Weaver, please.
Through the chair, I can't do math in my head that quickly, but if you give us a few minutes, we can quickly do that. The 6182 divided by 365 days, we'll get you that number.
I've done that. It came out to 17.6.
17.6 cents.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So, one of the things that caught my attention today was affordability, and I heard that loud and clear when I was at the door a number of months ago. We've had tax increases for water of 6.49%, 10.04%, 9.95%, and now we're looking at 5.82%, along with a whole bunch of other tax increases we're going to talk about another time, which is called property taxes. So now we have 25% increase in arrears, and really hitting home on that affordability, And I know there was some mention here today about the opportunity to take household income and understand it as a percentage of our water rates, stormwater, sewage rates, and compared to our peer group. I don't believe I saw that in the deck. Do we have that slide available at all? It is?
Yeah. So could you just clarify the
question?
The information you're looking for?
Household income as a percentage of our water tax.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay. I do believe we had a slide, but Director Weaver, could you speak to that? And
Through the chair, slide 18 in the capital financing deck, my deck this morning, has that information forecast over the next 10 years. Currently, the city's rate is at just under 1%, and the study average is 1.2%. And we would trend upwards with the forecast rate increases to just over 1.4% by 2035.
Thank you. In terms of our projects that we've had this year, I know some of the other areas we've been looking at capital for a number of reasons. We've kind of run behind and we haven't quite hit the targets that we're hoping for. In terms of our budget for last year and our spend, where are we in terms of our spend on those projects for 2025? Are we going to spend the budgeted amount of capital that we anticipated this year, or where do we sit on that?
Director Vanderperk, or?
Through the chair, I don't think we have that data easily accessible today, but we can certainly follow up with you and provide that offline.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Through you. So we have population growth targets 2051. We've heard how some of that may change with some of the dynamics of who's coming into our community, our country, et cetera. Wondering if we're using that 2051 as our target to really build up our infrastructure, are we going to have an infrastructure growth based on what our population is now projected to be oversized? And what I'm really saying there, are we going to hit our population growth 2051? Don't really know, but where we're tracking on our projections, where do we look right now in 2025, 2026, as we had originally projected to that 2051 population growth?
GM Zagarek, please.
Yeah. Through the budget chair, I appreciate the question, and we tried to touch upon this subject as it relates to one of the contributing factors that affected the change in the proposed rate for 2026 versus the rate that's before you. As we look forward with respect to population growth and housing growth, it affords us the opportunity to revise our capital program. We do that from a finance perspective. I appreciate our colleagues have to plan towards those future population forecasts, but we are not required to finance to those future population forecasts. So again, one of the changes for 2026 was deferring some growth enabling projects given the pace of development. As we look forward, this is work that will have to continue for 2027 for these reasons. We see indications of lower growth in the next 5 years relative to the growth we experienced in the past 3 years. Migration growth is expected to be 30% over the next 5 years on average relative to the past 3 years. Population growth is expected to be 0.2% in the next 2 years, followed by 0.6, followed by 0.8, relative to population growth that's been approximately 2%, just north of 2%. So it affords us the opportunity to continue to review the timing of our capital projects. And it comes back to, I believe, Councillor Clark's comment around debt and DC debt. While there's not a crystal ball for us to be able to time it perfectly, we need to try to reduce our risk with respect to growth enabling projects to better reflect what the forecasts and what other experts are advising us in terms of the timing, to avoid having DC supported capital projects that are stranded in that we aren't collecting the development charges that otherwise are forecast. In the financing plan that's before committee, there is just short of $1 billion in development charge reserves and collections that are assumed. And so this will be an area of focus for 2026 as we continue to look forward to 2027 and future years.
You're at time, Councillor Cooper. If you'd like to go back on, if you could please let clerks know. Thank you for your questions. Councillor Kassar.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. Really glad and pleased to get the presentation, a really thorough overview of not only the growth challenges, although they've been adjusted, as Jim Zegeric was just saying, but the infrastructure renewal that's required over a period of years. And also really pleased just to see the work that's been done to keep more money in the hands of ratepayers. As was said a couple times, I think I heard $30 million would have gone into reserves, but that's not going to be part of this budget, bringing rates down for everyone. So really pleased to see that. So I want to segue to the topic of affordability that Councillor Cooper was just asking about, and referring to slide 18 that Acting Director Weaver mentioned. So that's the graph that shows the percentage of water cost compared to income. And it has the red line on there of the 2024 BMA municipal study average, saying that on average 1.2% is how much a household will spend across municipalities on water. And it shows us gradually increasing over the years up to 2035 to be 1.4%. So my assumption in looking at this is other municipalities may change their ratio as well as they make investments. As I understand historically, there's lots of aging infrastructure in Ontario, and there's investments being made. So how should we interpret this? Should we interpret that 1.2% red line is going to continue, or that new studies would potentially lift that line, and therefore our 1.4% may or may not, be above or below that line in the future? I know we can't project what's going to happen, but just want to understand if that should be interpreted as a continual line in the future, if that's clear.
Director Weaver?
Through the chair, the table and the slide does assume that it remains constant. But like you said, we don't know what other municipalities will do over that same 10-year period, so it could shift. For purposes of presentation today, we have assumed it remains constant at 1.2%.
Yeah, I understand you have to make assumptions, but that assumption will change, and there's an acknowledgement of that. So just the concluding comment then comes back to what was just being discussed around the potential $210 million from the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund, and how important that upper levels of government financing is for this kind of work. Not only would it reduce the rate, we heard GM Zegeric say, but it could reduce or would reduce development charges for a residential unit by $6,800 and $4 a square foot for non-residential. So I just want to emphasize there that there's so much burden on infrastructure that is on municipalities, and how much an impact federal or provincial funding could have just from those numbers alone. And that's only $210 million of a $4.6 billion budget. So really supportive of the presentation and the continued advocacy I know staff and the mayor will do on behalf of council and the citizens of Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you. Just on that point, at Chair's prerogative, if I could look to GM Zegeric, I know in your support for engagement on this matter, you always make reference to the significance of municipal infrastructure across this nation, and I think you also make a comparison to, I think it's second only behind railways. But could you put that in context per the councillor's comments? Thank you.
Through the chair, municipalities are accountable for approximately 60% of all the public infrastructure. So the majority of the infrastructure across this nation is the responsibility of municipalities. Conversely, municipalities collect approximately 10 cents or just short of 10 cents of every tax dollar that taxpayers pay to levels of government. Water and wastewater is, I believe, the second most infrastructure intensive industry or sector, only second to rail structure or railways. And so as Acting Director Weaver pointed out, 70% of this year's proposed increase and 70% of future increases are required as it relates to supporting those infrastructure forecasts in future years and to provide the financing to support those infrastructure investments in future years.
Thanks for that context. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, I just got a couple of charts that I just want a little bit of understanding. Chart number 17, on the Hamilton, it says stormwater funded by property taxes, and then the green says includes stormwater fees for 2025. But if I look on the right, it says Hamilton figure does not include separate stormwater fee in 2025. So does it or does not include the 1,062?
Director Weaver?
Through the chair, for 2025, it does not include a separate stormwater fee, but the $1,062 does include the stormwater program costs that would be funded from the wastewater program, wastewater rate.
Thank you.
I don't know if I have dyslexia or something, because it says includes the stormwater fee with the green, all the green, it says it does, and then it says it doesn't for 2025. Isn't this the 2025 we're looking at right now?
GM Zagarek, please.
Through the budget chair, as Acting Director Weaver identified, we don't know what all the municipalities are proposing for 2026. So we have this comparator slide for 2025. Stormwater in 2025, this year was funded through our wastewater rate as well as a portion through property taxes. But again, the stormwater fee does not come into effect until July of 2026. And so while stormwater is funded through that value, the fee itself comes into effect next year in 2026.
Okay, thank you for that. Page 14. I just don't understand it. It says that we have added 12,900 more accounts, and so the increase was 9.5, and then the water consumption is decreased, so more homes are using less water. Then I go to page 15, and it also says that the industrial, commercial institution and multi-res water has flattened. People are not using as much water. So my question is, if they're not using the water, we have less water usage, less stormwater usage. Shouldn't the tax go down then? Or am I not reading it properly?
Are you seeking a distinction between water usage
and stormwater?
Stormwater, which is a consequence of rain and snow, and I'm just trying to get clarity on your question.
Also using, right, so it's decreased, so it should decrease the stormwater, shouldn't it? Am I not reading it right, or?
No, I don't think so, but I don't take my word for it. I'll look to someone who can assist in that regard to try and detach stormwater from water for you, if I think.
So through the chair, I'll start and then I'll invite others. With respect to declining trends, we've seen declining trends for a number of years, as Acting Director Weaver pointed out. Its plumbing code is a contributing factor, and just households are making decisions to use water in different ways. For instance, during seasonal periods, we don't see as many people watering their lawns as they might have decades ago. With respect to declining consumption, it does impact the funding for stormwater currently under the current methodology, because stormwater is funded through the wastewater rate, and wastewater is a function of the amount of water a household consumes. So if a household is consuming less water, they're currently then contributing less towards the stormwater program.
Okay, Councillor Pauls?
Yes, okay. And the last one, page 34. Where am I? Okay, the 34 is the utility bill portion that we're transferring. 34, just hold on. You're just bringing it up here. Okay, so utility billing transition, anticipated transition from Electra Q1 2026. System and staffing infrastructure currently being implemented. Does that have any cost added to us when we transitioning from Electra?
Through the budget chair, yes, both in terms of the setup of transitioning from utility billing over to the City of Hamilton, and so that's been approved through a series of capital projects. With respect to the ongoing costs of utility billing, that will principally be offset through the reduction in our contract costs with Electra. And so Electra currently provides meter reading, billing, and customer service. And as those transition over to the city, we'll reduce our contract costs with Electra, and those funds will then go towards the ongoing costs of utility billing.
And that was a consequence of a decision by the board of Electra.
Through the budget chair, yes, Electra Utilities decided to get out of the non-regulated water meter reading and billing. And so as a result, the city had to make a decision. We went through a series of steps with other municipalities, and ultimately staff recommended to bring the service in-house as we were no longer had the opportunity to have a partnership with Electra.
Thank you for
Pauls,
that. That was
I jumped in on you twice, so please go ahead.
I was going to ask that, why we did it, but, so will we have the actual amount of funds that are going to need it to do this in our budget?
To do the utility
The
building?
transitioning, will we have the actual amount?
Director Weaver?
Through the chair, those costs are included in the 2026 budget before you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pauls. We're on to second-time speakers, but before I go there, are there any first-time speakers remaining? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson. I just need, I think, for public consumption regarding the LRT, I'm not debating it, please. Hang in there with me. I'd just like to ask through you to either Acting Senior Director Vanderperk or possibly Director Bainbridge, since we're talking about increasing capacity through this budget across our city, anticipating growth, I want to get cleared up once and for all. The LRT infrastructure and water infrastructure replacement will be by Metrolinx covering the costs if it's like for like replacement. But if there's any increase in capacity, Budget Chair Wilson, the city would have to cover that cost entirely. Through you, please, to whoever wants to answer that, please.
Through you, Chair Wilson. Mark Bainbridge, Director of Planning and Capital. Thanks for the question, Councillor Jackson. The current base plan for LRT does have some consideration for capacity enhancement into the future. But anything that is unexpected beyond that point will be like for like. The basis of the contract with Metrolinx is a like for like replacement. The only other note that I'll just make is that there's only a certain amount of space within the LRT corridor, so pipes are already getting to their maximum size. But downstream, once the Alliance contractor is hired, we will have to see what the situation is when they've done their design plan, and the Metrolinx office is managing that.
Councillor Jackson.
Okay, but I just want to get clear though, Director Bainbridge, thank you for that. But if increase of capacity of the infrastructure is required, the contract says that would be then 100% of city taxpayer costs, please, through you, Budget Chair.
Finance GM Zagarek, please.
Through the budget chair, again, subject to the design work by Metrolinx, if there is a need to oversize for future population growth, that in part would be funded through development charges as well as through ratepayers. And the ratepayers being any exemptions that would be statutory, discretionary, or if there's a benefit to existing population.
Okay, so thank you, GM Zagarek. Appreciate that, because I had a previous conversation with Director Bainbridge, and I just want to get that on the public record. A couple more questions here. So GM Zagarek, using more of DC reserves and water reserves And given, I believe, roughly $200 million in general reserves that this council for the first 3 budgets has utilized to keep the tax annual increases to less than 6%, you're comfortable and confident, and with the recent Standard & Poor's grading, that with the additional reserves that this proposed water budget has, you're comfortable that we're in a good, stable position corporately, through you, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson?
Through the Budget Chair, yes. With respect to reserves, we're not proposing increasing leveraging of reserves for 2026, given the state of the reserves and recognizing that the reserves are lower than what Council has approved as reserve targets for each of those reserves. With respect to the debt, again, the one risk I would flag is the growth-related debt and the timing for the growth-related debt. And so that continues to be an area of focus. And the last comment is we are aligning with what senior levels of government are asking from municipalities, and that is to utilize DC reserves. And as identified in our 10-year forecast, we're forecasting approximately $1 billion in DC reserve and as well as DC collections. And so we are working to satisfy the expectation that the DC reserves will be invested into growth-enabling projects going forward.
Thank you, Jim Zegarac. And last question? Thank you, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson. Last question. And just on the Electra billing and transferring everything to Electra, just can somebody help me? Is there any real change that my constituents will see on their bill or something that they should be watching for? That's my last question through you, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson.
Through the Budget Chair, I'll start, and Director Pereira can add in. Shortly, any Hamilton ratepayers who are enrolled in a pre-authorized payment plan with Electra should look to receive communication from the city asking them to similarly enter into a pre-authorized payment plan with the City of Hamilton with respect to their water and wastewater billings. In addition, with respect to the billing and meter reading, I'll refer those to Director Pereira to maybe identify if there's any changes that homeowners and ratepayers should expect.
Thanks, GM Zegarac. Director Pereira, please.
Through the Chair, Clayton Pereira, Director of Revenue Services. Communications are being planned for the stormwater billing that is to come into effect in on July the 1st. That communications is with the Communications Department, where we are going to have several inserts advising residents of the change in the billing process and how that is going to look. So that hopefully is going to help mitigate some of the concerns. In addition to that, we are looking to work with council offices for any specific information that they would prefer for their respective constituents to assist in that transition.
Thanks, Director Pereira. You've always been, and your team, very sensitive to the political offices to ensure in advance we know what's coming. Thanks, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. In previous years, our water rate budget, we invested significantly to build a tertiary treatment system, and I think we're one of the few municipalities in the province of Ontario that actually has that, but it did dramatically increase the quality of the city's sewage effluent. But during that time frame, we made minor increases in capacity. I'm taking from this report that this capital plan, as proposed, would increase the capacity of water treatment as well as sewage treatment, which would enable us to proceed with the projected residential growth that we currently have on the books. Can I get confirmation that that's the case?
Director Vanderperk.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. There is also a component of the wastewater treatment plant upgrade that would increase the wet weather capacity. So there is some environmental related benefits as well.
So we're increasing capacity to treat water, to provide more water to the community for obviously new homes, increasing the capacity for sewage treatment, and increasing the capacity for stormwater treatment, correct?
Through the chair, yes, you're correct.
Thank you, that's great news. If I understand it correctly, the rate budget that was proposed for this year previously was a 10% increase. The mayor's memorandum has it now set at 5.82%, which is a healthy reduction to $61.83 increase for one single family dwelling. I'm looking at, it looks like 4.6 to 4.7 billion investment. Sorry. 4.6 to $4.7 billion investment over the next decade. We are financing that, and the financing plan, if I understand everything correctly, will increase the water rate by 7% from the year 2027 to 2033, and then reduce it down to 5% in 2034. I'm trying to understand what's the impact. How do I word this? I want to make sure that the water rate payers, the existing water rate payers, are not paying more for their water because we're adding additional capacity for growth. I'm pushing growth pays for growth. Can I get confirmation that that's what will happen in this budget process?
GM Zagarek, please.
Through the budget chair, that is what is assumed and reflected in the proposed 2026 water budget. Again, we'll continue to review the timing of these generational infrastructure projects relative to our growth forecasts to avoid a situation where we're ahead of the growth, and that could represent a risk in terms of our DC collections. So again, I expect with the delivery of the 2027 proposed water budget, if we see any further headwinds with respect to the pace of development in the community and any risk with respect to our generational projects, we would present that through our 2027 water budget.
Thank you. The last question, Chair, if I have time.
Yes, you do.
The level of proposed debt of 4.6 billion over the next decade is much higher than we had contemplated in our debt policy. So how are we going to reconcile our debt policy to this new proposed financing plan?
Through the budget chair, I'll start. With respect to the 4.6 billion, that's the total forecast investment in infrastructure over the next 10 years. All of that will not be debt financed. A portion of that will be debt financed, and I apologize, I'm just leafing through the presentation looking for the slide. But I believe approximately just north of $2 billion we are forecasting in terms of the peak of our debt profile. With respect to DC supported debt, we may have to come back to council with respect to reviewing that policy. And if required, we would recommend revising that policy as it relates to the pace of collections relative to the forecasted debt. Again, with the potential to further revising and reviewing those projects. With respect to the rate supported debt, again, I don't know that that's as much of a risk or a factor. I believe it's more so on the DC supported debt and the DC supported policy.
Okay, so just a quick supplemental, if I may. We spent a great deal of time, GM Zegeric, drafting the debt policy to ensure that the debt policy provided a reasonable threshold for debt and debt financing so that the municipality did not get in over its head. I'm concerned, we're talking much higher debts than we had ever contemplated. And while the financing rates have gone down a little bit, I wouldn't say it's a dramatic decrease. I'm concerned that the original intention of the debt policy was to ensure that there were no issues that would damage our ratings with the bonding companies. So can you assuage my concerns?
Through the chair, through the budget chair. In the next 12 months, we will, further advocate for federal funding, and if we do realize federal funding, that will alleviate significant pressure in terms of our debt forecast, especially as it relates to the wastewater treatment plant. Our DC-supported debt policy relates to the pace of growth, and it's a percentage of future collections. We'll work with our colleagues in PED and report back to council prior to the 2027 budget if it's necessary to revise that debt target with respect to DC-supported debt. The variable will be the pace of growth. If we see a drop-off in the pace of growth, that has an impact in terms of our DC collections, and that would impact our debt servicing capacity. So again, prior to the 2027 budget, we would report back to committee and council if it requires a revision to the debt policy or through the 2027 water budget if there's an opportunity to continue to defer growth enabling projects because of the state of the development market and industry.
So for 2026, our debt policy still stands, and we're within that policy guideline?
Through the budget chair, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are all my questions, James Zegeric and Chair Wilson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have two remaining people on the roster for questions. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Just following up on the rates for 27 through 33 at 7%, 34 beyond, or 34, 35, I think it was, for 5%. What's the assumed inflation rate that we're using around those projected rates?
Through the chair, I'd have to check the actual inflationary factor, but the forecast is built on the assumed amount of revenue we would need to fund the capital programs that are forecast for those years. So it's less about an inflationary factor that would be factored into the operational component, but for the infrastructure component, it's based on the capital program that's forecast for those corresponding years.
Through you, Chair. So we're assuming that our capital costs are not going to go up in the future?
Through the chair, no. So there will be an inflationary factor built into the capital forecasts.
Okay.
I just don't happen to know right off the top of my head what it is.
Oh, thank you. Through you, Chair, maybe I'll get that off you after this meeting. That'd be fine. Also, just with respect to the infrastructure deficit, I know when we heard a presentation on that, we heard a confidence level of 25 to 40%. I would think that some of those numbers are coming into play here. How did we get comfort on the 25 to 40% confidence on that infrastructure deficit, and how is that all baked into these numbers?
Through the budget chair. The presentation presented to committee today identified as asset management being a factor starting in 2030. And so the financing plan aligns with the infrastructure gap and the needs with respect to water and wastewater storm, more so in 2030 because of those multi-generational projects that impact the years prior to 2030. That affords us the opportunity to improve, if improvement through the data with respect to water, wastewater, and storm results in a revision in the infrastructure gap, we would revise it in future years. And we have opportunity in that the financing plan really ramps up in 2030 to respond to the asset management plans.
I see. Through you, Chair, one more question. We heard something about this morning about there being 22 uncontrolled outflows. I would like to hear a little more about that and how we're managing that situation.
Director Vanderperk, that you, or is it who might help?
Through the chair. Shane McCauley.
I'm sorry, Shane.
No, not at all. Thank you for the question. So our outfalls, we are continuing to add monitoring to that. This year, we've successfully installed a number of additional outflow monitoring that gives us data on that. We're actually looking to implement that to give the live reporting on our website coming in 2026 so that we have additional transparency on any of those outfalls. It also goes into helping us to develop better models for our system that helps us to calibrate and forecast and put those insights into our capital programs.
Through you, Chair, do we know what the root cause of those outflows are? And are we, in our capital plan looking to stem those uncontrolled flows?
Through the chair, as was mentioned, the city has a very large and complex combined sewer system. That's the way it was designed long before our time, and the system is designed to overflow. That's simply to protect basements from flooding and to protect private property. Our Hamilton Water's goal is to separate those systems. Councillor McMeekin mentioned it earlier. There is our flooding and drainage improvement framework that is a decades plan in order to separate that. And we are taking actions each and every year to advance that separation, but it is going to take time to do so. And as we separate that, then that is going to reduce the number of overflows to our environment, which will impact positively our environment as well as our capital programs.
Thank you.
Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Through the chair, just sticking with the debt financing, this time on the DC side of things, I'm trying to understand, I'm looking at slide 22, if that helps folks, what's going on with our DC supported contributions really throughout this graph, but specifically in 2035. So in 2028, we're asking the development community to chip in $170 million. And then in 2034, a couple years later, it's $70 million. And then in 2035, it's $2 million. At that same point in time, we're going to be taking over, I think, $80 million in debt that year to pay for those growth-related costs. So I'm just wondering, why is our prediction to bring in $2 million from the industry itself, but $80 million from debt in 2035, and why is that so different from other years?
Through the chair, you're referring to slide 22,
yes,
which represents the total $4.6 billion in investment, whether it's debt or funded from other sources. So the growth-related component would be reflective of the timing of construction for those major construction projects, and the growth-related component would be funded from development charges, which represents the tan portion of the line. So where there's significant investment in growth-related infrastructure in those years, you'll see a larger increase or a larger amount in investment in the growth-related bar.
Thank you. Okay, so that makes sense to me. I'm trying to understand, though, a couple slides down, maybe this is, I'm just not understanding the interlink between these slides, is on, I think it's either 28 or 29. Yeah, 29, we're talking about the projected debt charges. And so also in the year 2035, we're seeing an $84.4 million number to be funded from DC. So I'm just trying to understand, how can we reconcile the $2 million number and the $84 million number? Can you help me understand the difference between those?
Through the chair, the slide 29 refers to the debt charges, which would be the amount we need to pay on debt that has been issued from previous projects. So you're seeing a cumulative effect in the 2035, which is why you see the steady increase on that slide, as opposed to slide 22, which represents the level of investment in that year.
Thank you. And sorry, maybe this is, I guess, why aren't we investing more to minimize the impact of debt financing? As I think maybe the question I'm trying to get to is, it seems that in other years that investment is higher, and I'm hearing that, it's tied to the capital projects that are wrapping up. Is that the answer? So it can't be higher or lower, it's based on the projects themselves and what capital works are underway. And implicit in that is staff have maximized the contribution there?
Through the chair, I believe that's correct.
Jim Garrick, would you like to add? Thank you.
Through the chair, Director Weaver's correct, and I'll just also identify municipalities can only issue debt for infrastructure. We cannot issue debt to finance operating costs. And so debt is, our debt forecast will reflect the pace of investment in infrastructure. And with respect to growth-related projects, again, the DC supported debt will reflect the pace of investment in our growth-related infrastructure projects, water and wastewater and storm.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, switching gears, just trying to understand, do we have a sense of what the financing costs are, the relative? I know we don't have the $2 billion just sitting here right now to spend, but just trying to understand what is the carrying cost of the debt versus if we had, say, funded from rates. I mean, I don't think there is necessarily that affordability, but there is a trade-off in that we're paying more over the longer term. Do we have an ability to understand what that amount is or what that difference is?
Through the chair, if I'm understanding the question correctly, it's what is the assumed debt financing rate that we would be using? And I believe it's currently around 4%.
Thank you. And if I is maybe a way to understand that to take the total debt issued and the 4%, and that's how I would go about doing that, to find out, not as a percentage, but as a raw number, what roughly that carrying cost might be over this spend?
Through the chair, I'm not sure I'm following exactly your line of thinking.
I'm just trying to take the 4% and turn it into a dollar figure. And so I would do that by taking the total debt we're planning on issuing and just taking the 4% number and putting them together, or just making sure I'm not missing anything else or it's not more complicated than that is really it.
GM Zagarek?
Yeah, through the budget chair, a little more complicated and happy to take it offline. But again, it would represent a significant rate increase if we funded from contribution rather than from debt. As well, we fund from debt recognizing many of these assets have useful life that are multi-generational, and so we fund from debt in recognition of the fact that future generations will benefit from these assets as well.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, happy to follow up offline. I am trying to answer the question though in pursuing affordability for taxpayers today. We are asking future taxpayers, and maybe it's fair in this case because this is water-related growth, they're 40, 50-year investments, they do last for multiple generations. I think it is important to understand though the quantification of, we're asking how much money to be passed on to future generations of taxpayers or future taxpayers versus today, and getting that understanding of how that's part of how we're pursuing affordability today in this bill, given that there's not funding from higher levels of government to help balance these budget sheets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Appreciate that. Okay, we have exhausted our speakers list, she says with anticipation, but gratitude for all of these very good questions. Okay, thank you. We're going to then, I need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentations and put the report on the floor. Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Kazar, thank you. Any discussion on this item? If you could use the speakers list, I'm going to recognize Councillor Cooper because I saw his hand, but anybody else, if you could please indicate with the clerks, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to move a deferral that staff come back with really looking at the mayor's directive around 4.25%, okay, increase, as well as a CPI amount of around 2.2% in terms of what the upside and downside would look like of those particular tax increases.
So, sorry, Councillor, my apologies. If you could articulate the basis of your referral, and I would appreciate that.
Certainly. So what I'd like to have staff come back with is two scenarios. One is at 4.25% rate increase in line with the mayor's directive. The second would be at a CPI level of around 2.2%, and really coming back, modeling those out and giving us a sense of what the upside and downside would be if we were to proceed with either of those options.
Okay, so I'm going to just require some procedural clarity on what constitutes what is in line with that which is allowed. So I believe Clerk Trenum may be on the line, and if I need to recess in order to have this discussion, I'd be more than happy to do so. He's just getting online now. Hello, Clerk Trenum. Thank you. We have a request for a deferral, and I'm wondering if you could, I would note a significant deviation from that budget which is presented. If you could assist me, and if I need to recess to receive that assistance, happy to do so.
Thank you, Chair. It's an excellent question. So I think some clarity around the deferral will certainly be necessary in terms of when. I'm going to assume that we're looking at the 28th, so Friday meeting, just deferring to bring back additional information to that. Of course, that in itself is in order. Asking for additional information is certainly in order. However, as I would or have recommended with councillors, our members of council, is that with amendments, it is important to provide staff with as much direction into that as possible. So I can't speak to the feasibility of being able to report back at sort of that general level. And again, I would defer to staff on the bench in terms of what could or could not be done in that amount of time, which is why I might suggest it be reasonable to recess to allow them to consider that.
Thank you. So I'm going to recess now, and we'll have some lunch, knowing that we also, staff need to have lunch as well. So I'll incorporate in that time my deliberation as your chair with staff, and also to afford them some opportunity for lunch. So if I could request, what time is it now? We'll go 1:10, please. Thank you. We are recessed for lunch. That's moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Clark. Do we need an electronic vote for that? Okay, thank you. Hands up. Goodbye. Thank you very much for if you're joining us or if you're just joining us for the first time. This is the General Issues Committee budget meeting. We are considering the 2026 water budget. We've just had a little break. So to pick things up where we left off, we had a request from a member, in this case, Councillor Cooper, to look at some alternative scenarios with respect to the rate. And before I share my ruling on that, I'd like you to hear what has informed my ruling. So the proposal that you have put forward is undefined in nature, but the magnitude of its impact would be significant. So in order to give the public and members of council just a sense of, from a high level, what that impact might be, and whether it in fact supports this council's priorities to grow our assessment, make us economically competitive, engineer our airport to maximize its prospects, I'd like to look to GM Zegarac, please, including the moving also, my apologies, on phase 1 of Scooby, and to do some investments in Binbrook. I'd like to look to GM Zegarac from a very high level.
Through the budget chair, at a very high level, I'll just bring committee back to the presentation this morning, whereby staff identified that 70% of the rate increase is necessary to support infrastructure capital. So with respect to the proposed 5.82% increase, approximately 2% is necessary just to satisfy operating costs. And that would then leave the balance necessary to support our capital financing plan, excuse me, for 2026. To go from a proposed 5.82% to for instance, a 4.25% would represent approximately a $5.3 million reduction in our capital financing plan. And that could impact a series of projects. It could be growth-related projects that in part are funded from contribution and development charges debt. So it would have a larger magnitude than the $5.3 million in that the 5.3 would form part of the capital funding. Therefore, it would impact some of our growth-related projects if we're leveraging DC for projects. With respect to contribution projects, it could impact some of our projects coordinated with roads, the water and roads coordinated projects, as well as projects that investments made with respect to environmental related projects. So at a very high level, again, a 2% or approximately 30% of the rate increase is necessary just for operating costs. The balance of the proposed rate increase is necessary for capital financing, and with respect to the projects would be impacted, it would include that spectrum of growth-related projects as well as environmental projects and any potential asset management projects.
Thank you, GM Zegarac. Again, so there would be no capital allowed with the proposal, if I understood it correctly. If I could look to Clerk Trenum, if we could, you were all in receipt of a memo some time ago on how to put forward an amendment and some of the requirements that we asked of members in terms of content, in terms of timeline, and in terms of timetable. So I'm going to ask Clerk Trenum if he could walk us through some of the requirements for amendments as they relate to the rate budget in this case, or the tax operating.
Yes, I can do that, Chair. So essentially the steps to amend the proposed budget are outlined in the first page of the document, which advises to review those preliminary document budgets or preliminary budget documents. If there is something you want to change, of course, drafting that amendment yourself, and then reaching out to the department and finance staff to confirm the wording of that. When you feel confident the motion is ready, then it can be sent to the clerk, and then the clerk can confirm whether or not it is in order or needs to follow any of the procedures sort of outlined below. We do go into some additional detail below. So for example, there are some specific things that we look for in an amendment, essentially it being financially minded, clear, and complete. Does it have an exact dollar amount of change or a specific program, service, or capital item that it is impacting? Is there a funding source, any staffing impacts, or perhaps duration of change? So stating whether or not the change is permanent or just for 2026, or any delays perhaps to a project that in itself could represent a decrease in the overall budget. So that was what was circulated and presented as sort of as advised in terms of what we're looking for to assist us in bringing these amendments forward. Further details in the document really just outline samples of how you can word an amendment, what might not be in order to an amendment, and just sort of some tips on how to write this in terms of the dates. So this was made available to all members of council.
Thank you, Clerk Trenum. To my colleagues and to Councillor Cooper, I'm ruling that your proposal is not in order. It's not in order because all members around this horseshoe have been in receipt of the water budget since November the 10th, when the amendment period started. Respectfully, it does not support the direction provided in the memo, which is to receive any proposed amendments 5 days ahead, that those amendments be, you sit down with staff and go through them, that they be quantifiable in terms of their impact. So if there is an amendment to be brought forward, it has to be identifiable in terms of what capital project you are proposing to either cut, delay, move forward. And that is the basis of my ruling. Thank you. Are there any further questions, comments from members? Councillor Tattison and Councillor Alex Wilson, did I see your hand? Thank you. Councillor Tattison?
Hi, Chair. Thanks for sharing that information. I was going to request a separate vote on one of the items, but I told that's out of order. So what I will do is I will just vote not to receive in order to show that I'm against Q, which is the daily single-family unit stormwater fee of 0.55 for all properties in the city of Hamilton be adopted effective July 1st, 2026. Thank you.
Okay, let me come back to that for a second, Councillor, if you don't mind. Elsie McCrae, did we have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentations and put the report on before the break?
Yes,
Okay,
through the
thank
chair.
you.
Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Cassar.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. My apologies, Councillor Tattison. So just so I understand what you've just said, you were wanting to separate something out in
Yeah, it was item Q in the City of Hamilton memorandum to members of City Council dated November 10th, 2025, proposed 2026 proposed water budget, and it was for citywide, and it's just item Q. But I've been told that I can't do that, and so I understand that, and even though I am supportive of parts of the budget, that one philosophically for me is against what I can support.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just given the past two conversations about amendments and that, my questions are very general to the process overall with respect to the rate project, hoping to just step out for a minute. My understanding is we have these documents in front of us for receipt today, and then by receiving them, they go forward to either another GIC meeting if we, as a council, want to have that, or their next stop in front of us is the December 10th council meeting. Just pausing there, that's the correct time, so we can provide amendments today. We could ask for that GIC meeting. People could bring amendments there. Are people allowed to bring amendments if they've worked with staff, if they've given notice right to the 10th at council as well? Are those the opportunities in front of us?
Yeah, so I'd like to, so we don't have a repeat of what happened last year, I'm going to look to Clerk Trenum to give a fulsome answer on that, again, in reference to the timelines and the requirements set out in the memo. Clerk Trenum, please.
So through you, Chair, that is essentially correct. We have today amendments can be proposed. Staff are not in receipt of any amendments at present, but they could be proposed today. If it is the desire of this committee to meet again on the 28th, that could be done. Again, we ask that amendments be brought forward to staff as soon as possible to ensure that we can capture the form and effect, assist you in any drafting or anything along those lines, ensuring that it is in order and all of the above. We could then deal with those on the 28th as a committee. Ultimately, any amendments that are dealt with are brought forward as part of these minutes and potentially the minutes of the 28th if required to the council meeting on December 10th, where they are formally approved or defeated by council as council votes.
Councillor Alex Wilson, did that offer the clarity you were looking for?
Did, and just one final question from me. So the piece today is we're deciding on whether or not we want a GIC on the 28th. If there are amendments that are here, they have a right to be shared, that. And then after that, it's a receipt of this information and either to the 28th or the 10th. And so the decisions are any amendments and do we want to have another meeting on the 28th? Just those are the decision points today?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's right. And just again, as your chair, to impress upon you that amendments have to be specific so that folks can see the impact of those amendments. And that's why the importance of working with staff since the 10th would have been in order. Thank you. Councillor Jackson, please.
So, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson, a couple of things then. What Councillor Tattison asked on the paragraph Q about the stormwater fee, did I hear you then say that that could not be separated out for a separate vote? Just to be crystal clear, please.
I'm going to ask Clerk Trenum to please speak to this. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. City Clerk Trenum, please.
For you, Chair. It's not so much that it couldn't be, it's that procedurally it's not before the committee. It is only here for information purposes as a set of clauses. It is an information item as a whole. It is to be received or not received. It is entirely up to committee what they decide to do with it. Wording it procedurally to pull it out has never been done. Again, we don't usually separate anything from an information item. So procedurally, it's never been considered or managed, which is why I recommended that if you are in a disagreement with a part of it, you could merely vote no on the item as a whole because it is only to be received.
Thanks, City Clerk Trenum. I'm in exactly the same position, Budget Chair Wilson, as Councillor Tattison. That's the only main part of the overall multi-part recommendation that I have been consistently opposed to, and the record shows that. Overall, in light of staff's presentation on the overall water rate budget and the fact that it's at 5.82%, although I have reservations about the amount of reserves being used. However, I think overall, globally, except for that one part, I would be supportive of the water budget. And this is kind of the dilemma I have. Secondly, my second question is, City Solicitor Shields told me a year ago, I'll never forget the words, that really with the water budget, I can't vote it up or down. I can only passively adopt it. I've got those words emblazoned on one wall in my office with a little bit of lighthearted humor. So I need to know, I really can't vote on this water budget, correct? We're just receiving it or not receiving it. And even at council, we'll just be, well, I'm not clear what we'll be doing. Can you help me with that, please?
I'll try my best. I know you named Solicitor Shields. I don't know if though that is a question for Clerk Trenum, but if you would prefer Solicitor Shield? Yep. So if I could recognize Clerk Trenum, please, to go through the the scenario that Councillor Jackson has outlined. We may have lost the clerk. Oh, you're back. Did you hear the question, Clerk Trenum?
I did hear the question. So the councillor has it correct. It's an information item. It is a proposed budget. What council has the opportunity to do is to move amendments to the budget. Those amendments are voted on, and you can yay or nay any amendment to the budget. What happens on the 10th? Again, this is received for information. The amendments are either approved or defeated, after which there's an opportunity to, or the budget is adopted. Now, again, there are some other pieces to that puzzle. If there are no amendments proposed at all, at the end of the meeting on the 10th, the budget is adopted as presented. If there are amendments, there are other opportunities within the Municipal Act, considering potential vetoes and veto overrides, as we've discussed in the past and as are outlined in previous communications on the fact. But to the point, yes, the budget is eventually adopted. Your opportunity to vote yay or nay on the budget itself, as in the past would be, or as we did last year, would be on this item.
Okay, City Clerk Trenum, I'm not trying to be pedantic, honestly, sincerely with everyone, but I remember when it came to a hard vote a year ago on the water budget, I was told I could only passively adopt it. I wanted to vote down or up, as we normally do when we ask for separate votes. I could not vote for it. I could only passively adopt it. So is that going to be the same case on December the 10th? I get that I can vote up or down amendments, Budget Chair Wilson, bringing them forward. And I know this is all part and parcel of the strong mayor powers, the legislation I absolutely loathe, and this council unanimously asked for to rescind. Anyways, City Clerk Trenum, I get about amendments. I can vote up or down, a hard vote up or down. But on the 10th of December, when this package is before us, I won't be able to have a hard vote. I'll just be able to either passively adopt it or not. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, to either City Clerk Trenum or Solicitor Shields.
I would suggest, Chair, through you to the members of council, that opportunity is on this item here. So you could separate item 7.1, which is for information only. You could vote no on that item. If it's not received, it doesn't have form or effect. Eventually, the adoption process would continue.
Okay, City Clerk Trenum, that's unfortunate that Councillor Tattison and I can't have a separate vote on Q, because overall, I'm satisfied with all the great work that our Hamilton Water Services are doing with the overall budget. Budget Chair Wilson, thanks for your indulgence.
I have Councillor Cretch followed by Councillor Clark. Councillor Cretch, please.
I think it maybe bears clarifying that what Councillor Alex Wilson was saying, and I think what is being said here, but maybe not super explicitly. So being the person who often wants to do that, I'm going to do it here. Anyone who wishes to bring forward an amendment on the water budget to the December 10th council meeting can do so, and they can work with the clerks or the staff to do that activity. So if, for instance, Councillor Cooper contacted and said, what would be the cost variance difference between a 4.25 and a CPI? You could get that amount. You could come forward and say, these are the things I want to cut from the water budget. You bring forward an amendment, we vote on it. Councillor Tattison, if you want to come forward on Q and bring forward an amendment on the 10th that said, I want to put this at 0, or I want to change the amount from $200.75 to something else, you can do that, and then we can vote on it. And so I think that's totally still able to happen. The difference is that instead of just voting up or down, no, yes, like a toggle, we're having to actually come forward and say, specifically, this is what we want to vote no, yes on, and do the work with staff and bring it forward. So I'm just putting that out there because I think some people are still confused, but that's the activity as far as I understand it.
And if I may, as your chair, that was the whole point of the memo, to put out what are the requirements to inform a memo. We gave explicit sample language. Just follow that code. I believe the clerks offered to meet with every single member of council to go through how do you do an amendment, what constitutes an amendment, because folks, I am not interested in a repeat of last year, where I had to rule things out of order. And unfortunately, that created some bad feelings and also gave a sense that this process wasn't valid. It is valid, but it's defined for us via the province of Ontario. So that is the point of that memo. That was the point of the instruction offered to every member of council. And to your point, Councillor Crutch, yes. Councillor Crutch, do you have any further comment or question?
Sorry, I forgot to close out the closing out part. Yeah, that was it. I just wanted to make sure that was clear to everybody that there's still an opportunity, and those opportunities aren't going to be solved by Friday, but there's time between now and December 10th to solve them. Thanks.
And it has been with members since the 10th. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't think anyone wants to have a repeat of the tensions from last year's budget process. I appreciate all of your clarifications with respect to what the province has done to the city of Hamilton with the strong mayor powers. The one issue that I'm cognizant of is while we have had the documents since November the 10th and we've had discussions with staff, the presentation that we received today may have clarified in the minds of some of the councillors how they might want to proceed with an amendment, i.e. Councillor Tattison. So I'm trying to understand, are we suggesting then that we're going to only entertain these amendments at the December 10th council? Or are we going to book the November 28th GIC meeting when any amendments really should be coming first to GIC then to council? Do you understand what I'm asking, Chair?
I believe so. I believe part of the answer is in the hands of council, but again, I'll go to Clerk Trenum to provide some clarity, if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely, Chair. So yes, we could receive amendments today. The committee can vote on them today. If there is a need for some more questions or some additional time to work with staff, again, that time becomes more limited with each passing day. So I recommend bringing it to staff as quickly or as soon as you can. But yes, we could entertain further amendments on the 28th. Committee can vote on those amendments. They're finalized through council's approval of those amendments on the 10th.
Thank you. And don't go away, Clerk. Assuming that an amendment is approved by council at GIC, and then at the December 10th meeting ratified, there is a period of time where the mayor could veto any majority decision of council. Could you explain how that would work? And then the subsequent 2/3 majority to veto the veto, if council wanted to go there.
Through you, Chair, that is correct. There's an opportunity for the mayor to consider whether or not to veto an amendment to the proposed budget. The timeline, or once that timeline is done, if there are no vetoes, or the mayor advises that there will be no vetoes, the budget is considered to be adopted. Those timelines are included in the original budget information documents that were circulated. If a veto is used, council has a subsequent period of time which they can meet to, with a 2/3 majority, override the veto. After that, if a veto is override, at that point, the budget is deemed to have been adopted. And that's why you'll see in those original budget documents that highlight the timelines, the adoption of the budget could be as early as December 10th. It could be as late as, I believe it is January 4th.
Thank you, Chair. Just some quick comments if I still have time.
Yes, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
You know, Chair, because we've had this discussion, I was not thrilled with the idea of a 10% increase in the water rate budget year over year for 4 years. I had suggested several times that we could look at changing the financing of our long-term capital plan, which would ultimately lower the increase in water rates and property taxes. I was pleased to see that Public Works team and finance as a whole looked at those suggestions and have actually decreased the expected increase in the water rate. And I would suggest that given all the things that we need to do to build the capacity in the water treatment system and the capacity in the sewage treatment system, we need to really consider this budget the way it has been drafted. Those changes are necessary. It is clear from the Ministry of Environment that if we do not make those changes, that they can order us to make those changes because we need to have increased capacity for increased growth. So the way the water rate budget is formulated now, and I still don't agree with the stormwater tax, but that decision has been made already. Overall, I would support the water rate budget as it is written today. I think it is a prudent budget, and it does, in fact, lower the cost to the water rate payers. And I think we're looking at an annual increase of about $65, which is quite reasonable. So I'll support the water rate budget as it is written today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cassar, please.
Thanks, Chair Wilson. Thank you for taking the time, and to you and the clerk for outlining the process. I just wanted to make some comments in case there are some amendments that are being anticipated or considered by members, particularly around stormwater. We've had a very thorough process getting to the stormwater fee, although I still don't understand the opposition because it's not net new funding. It is simply moving water from the rate to a fixed fee on a more equitable basis for all the criteria we went through. So my question is to staff, whoever would like to take it. If an amendment were to come forward and reduce or eliminate the stormwater fee, because I see this budget as a three-legged stool, water, wastewater, stormwater, what is the impact to the overall budget? Because in my mind, you can't just pull on one string without the whole thing falling apart, if that's clear. So if there was a reduction amendment to reduce or eliminate the stormwater fee, what impact that would have on the rate, please?
GM Zagarek, please.
Through the budget chair, with respect to the rate, I would suggest it would result in maintaining the wastewater rate, the rate that's effective January 1st, 2026, which is 63 cents a cubic meter, versus the proposed revised wastewater rate of 39 cents a cubic meter effective July 1st. So we would continue to collect revenues through the wastewater rate unchanged from the January 1st effective rate.
Thank you. So we're still funding stormwater. It would just be in an antiquated way, which is not sustainable nor equitable, is my conclusion. So I'm just glad to get that in the public record, is we're not avoiding costs. It's not a new tax. It's funding that's required as outlined in this budget, and we have to pay for it one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm seeing Councillor Beatty. Would you? Yep.
Thank you, Chair. I initially was just going to echo the concerns shared by Councillor Towson. I see he's on as a second-time speaker with regards to the philosophical approach that he's taking, and really the only mechanism that he has shows issue with the stormwater rate. Didn't necessarily want to relitigate it, but based on, I think what I heard is from the previous speaker, no net new fees, and I guess I would question that because I have a number of businesses in the ward that I represent that are going to be paying $55,000 to $60,000 per building, and they are in sectors that are being punished right now through economic uncertainty. And I also have a number of residents along the lakeshore of Lake Ontario who, while no connection to the built system are being asked to pay into something when all their water goes directly to the lake. So there are some issues still outstanding that are difficult to explain to residents that don't seem to make sense. So I'll be joining Councillor Tattison in pulling out of support of this particular document as we receive it.
Thank you. Speaking of Councillor Tattison, you're on again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to let staff know that I'm going to suggest that I will bring an amendment forward to defer the implementation of the stormwater management tax until 2027, and I'd like to do that on Friday. This will allow staff time to prepare information that can better inform my fellow councillors. Even though I know where I'll vote, I just want them to make an informed decision as well on the amendment that I will bring forward at the next possible meeting. Thank you.
Okay. So we had a mover and a seconder to receive the presentations, to put the report on the floor. Is there any additional discussion on this item? Councillor Jackson.
So in light of what Councillor Tattison has asked then, Councillor Budget Chair Maureen Wilson, if we adopt what you've just said is on the floor, does that mean there will not be a meeting on November 28th? What does that mean then, especially for what Councillor Tattison wishes to do with proper notice?
Thank you. So, Elsie McCray.
Through the chair, I've been speaking with the clerk about this. The clerk's office will put a memo together to go onto the November 28th meeting if we're anticipating amendments to come forward on the 28th. So we can go ahead and receive everything on the agenda today. And then we'll still have the meeting on the 28th, knowing that amendments will be coming forward that day.
My apologies.
Please, not at all.
But that would have to be a prerogative expressed explicitly by council, right? To have
Correct.
that meeting, right? So it's not just assumed, it would have to be
correct.
Actioned. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Jackson.
No, not at all. So thank you, Elsie McCray. So in light of that, we will have, well, it'll be committee's decision today whether or not we take advantage of that tentatively blocked off day on Friday, November 28th, which I'm fully supportive of, in case some of us may want to bring amendments forward before midnight tonight. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
So are you moving deferral then, Councillor? Oh, beg your pardon, I'm going to look to Elsie McCray.
So sorry, through the chair. You can defer the reports if you want to defer them to Friday, but the suggestion was from the clerk that we could also receive the reports today and still hold the meeting on the 28th in anticipation of amendments to the budget coming forward.
Me bad.
Sorry, Matthew.
Thank you.
Good.
Clerk Trenum, thank you, Elsie McCray, for that correction. Clerk Trenum, did you wish to add?
Yeah, I think we'll just make it a little clearer for everyone that we can receive the information today and then perhaps add a staff direction that staff be directed to prepare the meeting for Friday the 28th in order for committee to propose amendments. And then we have direction to prepare the agenda and publish a cover memo.
Councillor Jackson still has the floor, and then proceed.
I'm satisfied, Budget Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Horvath, on this?
Just in terms of the process for the amendment preparation, and again, I think that we're kind of finding our way through the process. There's lots of information that was provided, the initial budget documents, the memo, and I would just remind folks respectfully of your colleagues for us to be able to make informed decisions. If you're going to put an amendment forward, as you could have today, from 2 weeks ago when everything was made public, please, please, please make sure you review the requirements for a memo, or rather for a deferral to be ruled in order. And I'm saying this, and I respect you all. I'm saying this because that's what you asked for when I had post-budget discussions with many of you. We didn't understand, we need more information, we need clarity. So I asked the staff to put the roadmaps together that were in the first budget kind of, walkthrough, if you will, as well as the memo. That's what those documents stem from, your feedback from the last time when we really had a I think the chair, budget chair Wilson, clearly articulated the challenges that we had and what that brought to our table, which was not very positive or helpful. And so please just go back to the things we've given you, the information you've asked for in terms of how to make sure your amendments are in order and informed by staff so that we don't get to a situation, whether it's Friday or whether it's on the 10th, where people are saying, oh, I didn't know that's how you do it. The information's there. So please use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to bed or have a rest with the memo under your pillow so it can permeate and meet the financially minded, clear, and complete amendment requirements. Councillor Critch, final speaker.
Thank you. So I have it marked in my calendar that we could meet on November 28th, and if we need to meet then, happy to be here. No one has said out loud and clearly they intend to bring in an amendment for November 28th. I think, unless Mark said you're bringing it for the 28th. Right. So you're going to bring your amendment for the 28th. So we're here to see just Councillor Tattison's amendment on the 28th. I just want to clarify what we're doing because people have said, oh, if there's other amendments, so is anyone declaring to bring one or is it just Councillor Tattison? I just wanted to understand that because Councillor Cooper didn't say he was bringing one. So I'm just clarifying.
Again, that's a prerogative of every members, but they have timelines to meet and content to match. Councillor McMeekin.
Just want to point out, with respectfully, Chair, that the 28th is only 4 days away. And the process you outlined talked about 5 days away. So I'm assuming that whatever surfaces between now and the 28th isn't going to be prohibited from being discussed prior to a final vote, which I guess is December the 10th. Yeah, is that correct?
Yep. And it has been within your prerogative to do so since November the 10th. Fair. I don't want to be combative.
I understand that, but we've got a situation now.
Yep.
Where you've ruled you've got to have 5 days notice before the 28th. There's only 4 days left.
Yep.
I'm just drawing it to your attention respectfully.
Appreciate that. It also has to meet the content of an amendment, right? Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Tattison, do you have your hand up again? Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Procedurally, does it matter whether I bring this on Friday or on the 10th? If it comes on Friday, then doesn't that give us more time to talk about it than waiting until the 10th?
I just want to make sure I understand your question. Is there anything prohibiting you from bringing forward something on the 28th? Is that your question?
I think so. I'm just deterring, if I'm the only amendment that's coming forward, I'm supportive of having that meeting to bring it forward on the 28th. However, in light of and respect of the time of everybody else and perhaps the need for staff to develop a more fulsome, rebuttal to my request, does the 10th work better for everybody?
I'm going to go once again to Clerk Trenum to speak to what is afforded to you as a member.
Thank you, Chair. I would say that the more time you can give, the better. However, having it at the committee level allows for that debate. I'll only suggest that without knowing the full context of the written motion, it's hard to provide advice procedurally or for staff to speak from the perspective of its impact, form, or effect. So the sooner we have it, the better, and we can make that call.
Thank you. Then I'll have then I would like to bring it forward on the 28th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further speakers? Okay. So the council legislatively that has been offered to us is that we receive and then meet. But I'm going to look to Elsie McCray again.
So if this is committee's will, I have that the report respecting the 2026 water budget and the accompanying staff presentations be received, and that the staff be directed to hold the General Issues Committee budget meeting on November 28th, if that is what committee is looking for.
So that would have to be, would it have to be actioned?
Yes.
Okay, so would someone like to action if that direction pleases them? Councillor Alex Wilson? Yes? Do you have a seconder? Councillor Tammy Wang. It's on the floor, duly moved and seconded. Any comment, question, query about that? Councillor Alex Wilson, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, my motion is that this package comes in front of us on Friday and we can hear Councillor Tattison's suggested amendment. After receiving this package, my understanding is today's business is done and we'd be adjourned. Or I'll let the clerk maybe speak.
So sorry, through the chair. So we're speaking to 7.1 right now. There's also 7.2. So I'm happy to change to whatever committee wishes, but I have that the report that's on the floor is received and the presentations accompanying it received, and that staff be directed to hold the JIC meeting on Friday.
My apologies, I had 7.1 and 7.2 both open. I'm
No worries.
happy to move what's in front of us. All good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further comment or question on the action that's proposed on the floor? Okay, so do we need, Councillor Tattison?
Sorry,
Sorry, I
we are
didn't see
just,
your name on
we're
the
going to
list.
delay receiving until Friday for 7.1?
No, we're
correct?
receiving it today, sir. And
Okay,
then
so-
we're,
Okay. Thank you. So just to share with my fellow councilors, I'm not going to support receiving it. I do want to bring something forward on Friday. Thank you.
Elsie McCray?
Through the chair, I can separate them to two separate motions if that is easier for Councillor Tattison.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So could you please put it up on the screen, Elsie McCray, so everybody understands?
Sorry, just give me a second. I wasn't.
No, don't apologize, please.
So that would be the first vote, and then the second vote would be the direction to staff to hold the meeting on the 28th.
Councillor Tattison, A is the first action. B would have to be a request for a meeting on the 28th. But we'll do them separately in order to be, to recognize your request. Okay? Yeah, I'm seeing it. Any other further comment on this? Elsie McCray, we're good? We're good. Okay, so we'll have an electronic vote on A, please. The vote's still loading, so just a little bit of patience. A.
Chair Wilson,
Yes,
just to clarify,
sure.
the vote is to receive the report, but we're still having a meeting on the 28th to entertain Councillor Tattison's proposed amendment. Is that correct?
We're separating it, yes, Councillor Clark, but we're separating it into two separate actions. A will be the receipt. B
Yes.
will be the to action at 28th of November meeting.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. That carries 10-0. 10 to 6, beg your pardon. So then this will be B, and if I can ask Elsie McCray to put it up on the screen, please. I'll read it aloud. That staff be directed to hold the GIC budget meeting on November 28th, 2025. Okay. And that, the same mover and the seconder, we're just asking for 2 parts. Okay, so are there any comments on this? Can we move ahead, please? It is already scheduled, but it was scheduled in the event of, just in case of, so we're just formalizing it. Councillor Kretsch on this?
Yep, I just want to state why I'm voting against this. I'm with Councillor McMeekin on the 5 days that we talked about as part of the process. I think is important. I think there's nothing procedurally distinct between having an amendment come forward on November 28th versus it coming forward on December 10th. The more time we can give to our staff, the better. I think it should just come forward on December 10th and we can have the discussion then rather than having an entire meeting to discuss one amendment and basically re-debate something we've debated several times. So for me, I don't think it makes sense to ask all of our staff to come here to debate that amendment on a shortened timeline that goes against the procedures we agreed to. So I'd prefer for us to stick to the procedures we agreed to, so I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Councillor McMeekin on B.
Yes, I like what Councillor Kretsch just said. Nothing should preclude an amendment on the, particularly given the 4 or 5 day issue that's now been raised, to have an amendment. And the more time staff has, which I think the chair has noted and others have noted, is good. As long as we have that clear understanding, it's not a problem, I don't think.
Are we assuming only Councillor Tatterson's having an amendment? Is it only one, or is there others? If there's others, then we should have a meeting. What do you mean? Is 4 days the problem now?
Well, according to
I don't know. No, it's not.
Yeah, I'm going to look to Clerk Trenum again. But again, I'd like you to cast your mind and your memory back to the memo, which set out some explicit requirements. Okay, Clerk Trenum, please.
Thank you, Chair. The memo does suggest that staff are asking for 5 days with an amendment motion in order to review it and come back with it. While it is not a requirement, that provides a reasonable amount of time for us to do so. There's nothing to prevent committee from meeting. There may not be any material to meet on. It all depends on what is received and whether or not it can be reviewed and put forward. So the direction to hold the meeting is reasonable. We can prepare to hold that meeting knowing that we have one coming. It doesn't mean that other motions won't also come forward. However, those motions may or may not have been properly reviewed in time to determine whether we can proceed with them. It also doesn't prevent the motion from being deferred at that point. But the timeline is based on the fact that the recommendation was to have as much as 5 days with staff to review those motions.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Pauls? Any further speakers to this? Okay. Elsie McCray.
So through the chair, I had the vote up. I canceled it just because there was some discussion. So if you already voted, you're going to have to vote again when you call the vote.
Okay. So folks, there was some discussion, so that vote had to be canceled. So if you can vote again on your intentions for B. Thank you. Thank you. That carries 11 to 5. There's no further business other than 7.2.
You suggested.
Okay, let me get back to my cheat sheet here. Okay, we have Electra Utilities, Water, Wastewater, and Storm 2025 Service Activity Report. It is moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Wilson to put the item on the floor. Any discussion on this item? Councillor Wang.
Just a point of clarification that the costs that are associated in this particular report have already been reflected in Director Weaver's presentation previously. Is that correct?
Director Weaver, would you like to respond to the query?
Through the chair, yes, the contract costs for Electra are included in the 2026 budget.
Perfect. That's all the clarity I was looking for. Thank you.
Okay, it's been duly moved and seconded. There's no further speakers to the item. A show of hands, please, for it, or hands up or hands down. Seeing up, it carries. Okay, there's no further business. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.